Alright, welcome people. We're here. Low Elo Legends number 119. And with me today is Alexis. How are you doing?
I'm good, Thanks. Happy to be here. Hopefully we will see a lot of nice games, have some nice cars. What's about you? How are you?
I'm doing good. A little bit tired, but I hope we'll power through. And speaking of fun games, we're only gonna have the top and middle bracket today. Because it's Easter weekend. So happy Easter, everybody. And so we're gonna have a little bit smaller tournament today. But nonetheless should be some great matches coming up very soon. Just going over the maps real quick here. Today the map pool consists of Carmel, Relic River, Transhumans, Oasis, and then Dry Arabia in the semifinals. So we're gonna have two of the new DLC maps. Transhumans, a custom map. It's been a while since we had that on, and then Oasis used to be a ladder map a couple seasons ago. Some people hate it, some people love it. I think it's an interesting map, but I guess we're gonna find out later. Um, any thoughts
Absolutely.
about the map pool from your side?
I mean, I played Carmel and Relic River quite often
Mm,
because of the new season. Carmel is a very I feel a bit like weird map because you
mm,
don't have so much wood, especially in the around your main TC, but you have a shit ton of food. A lot of sheep, like 10 to 15 you can catch as a player, and what about 4 to 5 berry patches, and like 4 deer packs and 2 boars for each player. It's a crazy amount of food. On the other side, there's only one big gold and all those pretty tiny gold pits on the map. So it's pretty interesting map and a kind of weird to play, I feel like. Because I think the limited gold today until now I'm not sure if it's a nice map for castle rush civs to pump out units when you become castle because you have a shit ton of food, but on the other side you don't have a lot of gold. Relic River, nice hybrid map because you have up to 6 or 7 shoreline fishes. So pretty interesting. And Oasis, I've never played it. Also transhumans and Dry Arabia, I mean, pretty standard. So very interesting, and I'm very open to see what the people may be prepared or up to do here.
Yeah, definitely. I personally don't like Karma as much. I haven't played it as much though, so maybe it will still convince me, but it feels like a weird basin to me. So I'm not a fan as of yet. Relic River, on the other hand, I think a very interesting map. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I mentioned Oasis, Transhumans. Some people also think it's a weird map. It has kind of like this moving out feeling, but I think is also very interesting to play on. And then, of course, Dry Arabia, we don't really need to talk too much about that. One of the best, if not the best map in Age of Empires, I would say. Um, and with that, I think we're ready to hop into one of the matches here. Let's hit the observe button,
Yeah, absolutely.
and
So we,
then
we go into the game of Idle Villager versus Smitten Kitten. And, oh, very interesting. Abbasid versus Japan on Carmel. I'm not sure what I think about Abbasid on this map.
yeah, I mean, as I said, I haven't played on Carmel too much, so I can't really like talk deeply about what's gonna happen here. Smitten Kitten playing the Japanese in purple on the left side against Idle Villager with the Abbasid Dynasty in yellow on the right side. Nice berry gold in the back. One of the smaller golds, by the way. So with Season 10, some of the maps got this smaller gold vein with only 1,600 gold, which I kind of love and hate it. It's kind of weird. Like at the same time, I like that it's a smaller gold, so you need to move out faster. But at the same time, it kind of sucks if you're like you want to have the gold close to your base at all times if possible. So it's interesting addition. I think it's a good one actually.
Yeah, I mean, especially for I would say not the hardcore threaders. It changed a lot about reading the game, right? So a lot of people have some experience, or just let's say they feel it. Okay, my enemy now has to move out of the map because gold is running out.
Yeah.
But with this 1.6k gold veins, it's different. So interesting thing, interesting change. I personally like this change, but let's go into the opening. What's pretty interesting because Smitten Kitten decided on a map where there's a shit ton of food to go for 2 scouts to catch more sheep than the Abbasid guy is doing. That's interesting opening on this map.
It is, yeah. I mean, he is sacrificing one villager from the start. So it's a risk play for sure, but it does make sense if you're looking at the map. There's a lot of food, pretty concentrated, you could say. Like berry patches close to each other, boar, double deer pack. So if you can, like defend this area, there's a ton of food here. Same for this area here. It's mirrored to and yeah, but at the same, so it's good to have a lot of sheep, and it makes your base feel very safe, at least in terms of food. As you mentioned, you might have to move out relatively quickly for gold. There's a small one over here, and then another one close by, but then you have to move out on the middle of the map, basically.
Yeah. So I I would expect because of the 2 scout opening, it makes sense to me once Smitten and Smith and Kitten. Wow.
Smitten.
Smith and Kitten, I guess this is the way how it's pronounced. Wants to go for a fast castle and wants long time safe feud next to the TC to not get exposed. Meanwhile, he's getting map control and then go to the external food resources like the berry patches north and the more north and south of the map. However, we will see, but on the other side we see, I would say, what is it? Standard opening. He went with a wait. Did you see what he was doing? What Idolager was doing with the stone? He built a mining camp, but gathered no stone.
Yeah, so I mean that is for you know, he just unlocked the tier 1 for the Golden Age. So it
Oh,
does
I see. Yeah,
so
yeah,
that
yeah.
does make sense if you're looking at all the connected. So that is a very nice thing, you know, like he already has the lumber camp. He doesn't need it right now, but it just
Hmm.
provides to, you know, it connects like a very nice connection here with the buildings. So he already is on tier 1, which provides him with 15% faster resource gathering. Eco Wing is coming up now. So on one side, Smitten with the Kura Storehouse, very standard here on a land map here. And Eco Wing. So does look like he's going for a second TC opening. He is going on stone now as well, so that clearly indicates he's looking for a second town center. Question is, if we're looking at what he scouted already, he scouted all around his base, most of the map already, so he does know that this area here would be super nice, but at the same time extremely exposed, and he doesn't have any benefit from the boar. He can't get a boar. This also would be a nice food area. Again, the boar not useful for him. Um, do you think he's going to go for like a safe option for a second town center, just close to his first one, and then just pump out units?
I mean, I would do it because Japanese has a lot of food, and pretty sure when I yeah, Smitten Kitten wants to go for the fast castle build or straight into castle build. Let's not say fast castle, but straight castle build. 5 villages in gold, and I don't know if Idol just got it, but I would say Japanese is known as a castle civilization, so he would expect something like this. And in that case, if he's going with an exposed TC, he's dead, right? Because he
Yeah,
can't defend it.
yeah. Yeah, I think exposed town centers make a lot of sense with aggressive civs like Rus, French, for example. You want to have the map control, you want to secure a certain deer pack or a boar with that, or you know, exposed gold or something like that. But with Abbasid, I think it just plays you right next to your town center, and the main reason you want to have it is for villager production and not necessarily for map control. And hopefully you'll get the map control in a different way. Um, so, Season 10, we're likely not gonna see Pro Scouts as much anymore, which, do you miss that?
Oh, I can tell you, I'm very emotional in that thing. So on the one side, it's pretty nice because the game becomes interesting right from the beginning. But on the other hand, there are some civs I really hated to face them because what's the most annoying part is, let's say you play Japanese, a non-typical pro scout civilization in the last season, against Rus or Chushi, they already catch one full deer pack nearly once you arrive with your first units.
Yeah.
And then Chushi and Rus with one deer pack, they nearly can go up into castle. If you don't do something like this, you let them the whole map deer for free. That's always a thing you can't do. So that was a kind of annoying, but on the other side, action right from the beginning of the game, and that was very exciting and very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the interesting thing is I feel like I don't like strategies that you cannot do anything against to really punish that. And I think Pro Scouts, at least on its highest point, was like that. I feel like the 2TC 5-minute Knights Templar build order is also kind of in the same realm, where you're like, 5 minutes, like, unless I go Dark Age Spearman, there's no way really for me. I mean, with French or something like yeah, maybe. But if I'm playing, for example, Byzantines and they're even slower now with their Dark Age because of the cisterns and all that, you will not have units out like even before the town center is up there. You can't deny it, you can't prevent it, and so it's really difficult to play around that. Um, we didn't talk about, so he went for 3 town centers actually. He did mine a lot of stone. Did go for 3 town centers, so we're gonna have a 3 town center Abbasid against a fast castle Japanese. So basically, Smitten Kitten is on a timer, right? If he can punish that kind of greed build with the 3 town centers early on, he should be able to win the game fairly easily. If he waits too long, then the Abbasid eco will be way too strong, and as soon as Abbasid catches up with the town center, with the age up, then he should be able to overwhelm Japanese eco. So it's interesting to see what's gonna happen. Like the next 5 to 10 minutes are gonna be very crucial in this matchup. I feel like.
I would, in generally, I agree, but not on this map. And here's the reason why. Idle Villager, just look at his base. He's booming farms right now without any villagers on it. There is a shit ton food on the map. So once and as long as Japanese keeps map control, he don't need to do a farm transition at all in the next 30 minutes. Meanwhile, Idle Villager is pumping a lot of wood into farms or stuff like this. Also, he will have a lack of gold maybe at one point because of the missing map control. And I'm not sure if the 3TC Abbasid game, like on Tri-Arabia or other maps where you have two big wood lines on your base, it will pay off like that. So pretty interesting. I've never seen Abbasid on this map before. I never met Abbasid on this map on ladder before, so I'm pretty interested what's happening, but I wouldn't say there's Abbasid in a favorite way.
No, I'm
right now because of the resources positioning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not saying like either one is favored right now. I'm just saying that there is a certain timer, and if we're looking at the villagers right now, we're already having an 18, 19 villager lead right now for Abbasid. It is gonna grow pretty substantially, very fast actually.
Sure.
And so it just, it depends on who can play their strengths. Japanese with Castle Age, going for the samurai here. The Honor Geisha, super strong, super fast, dealing extremely efficiently with the Spearman. Should also deal fairly well with the Camel Archers even, because of the move speed. So should be in a good position, but it's just a question, can Smitten Kitten close the game before the eco from the Abbasid gets too strong? Because once you have all that farm transition safe in your base, it can be really tough to really punish that. And Abbasid is building up his army. He is an age behind, but army value is still looking healthy, so he should be able to hold, that's for sure. And the gold vein here should bring him at least into the castle age as well. So he will, I would say, at least for the next 5 to 10 minutes, shouldn't have a heavy disadvantage. This looks so nice. I really hope that is gonna come into action fairly soon here.
Yeah, sure. I hope so as well. But talking about the gold vein, I mean, sure, he can catch up, or he can hit Castle Age with the gold vein inside the base. But what is the next step? I mean, there's a gold vein close to the north, third TC he plays, but that's all. And that's 3.2k gold. If you want to go for upgrades as well, like blacksmiths, like echo upgrades and stuff like this, it's not that much like we think about it, or we people guess or whatever. So tough situation. I mean, he's walling the map. Idle Villager, that's a good play. Also, the two small walls northeast and south of his map was pretty important, especially facing a castle, fast castle civ to keep knights or stuff like out of the base or have a better protection. But it's all about how he can take control about gold, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
If Smitten Kitten is able to prevent Idle Villager going out of the base to catch a third gold vein or something like this, even though Smitten Kitten is an echo behind, I would expect the Japanese can do something here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if the armies would clash, Japanese definitely would win easily, especially with the army value now just ramping up. And in terms of upgrades, by the way, it's super nice to finally have the Japanese upgrades here.
Oh yeah.
You just love it. That's so cool. We finally see some of the upgrades coming in for Idle Villager, at least the balance projectiles here, so the range damage. But yeah, he is going up for Castle Age now, so Culture coming up in about 10 seconds, which would be the signal to move in here for Smitten Kitten. If he is aware of the situation, just move in and mow down as many villagers as possible, because right now it's more than 30 villagers difference here, which is quite a lot.
And you see Smitten Kitten is moving, and once the announcement was there, he moved his army closer to the base, but I don't see he can do a lot according to the army combination, because Idle Villager, and I experienced it myself, Honor Bugattis versus Camel Archers, they don't work very well. They are dead. It doesn't matter how much you have. Camel Archers kite the Honor Bugattis and will be dead. So I'm not. I would see Idle Villager's army, especially in the defender position, in a favor situation here. But Smitten Kitten is breaking through the wall from the south, and the army of Idle Villager was out of position. Now he has to fight inside the base, and this is most likely not what you want to as Abbasid when you have the time fighting the army. Meanwhile, he's trying to break the wall.
Yeah, so the thing is, Idle Villager still has mostly feudal age units. Although, as I'm saying that, the horsemen are also feudal age, the samurai are feudal age, so Smitten Kitten also not getting all the upgrades that he would need to successfully really deal a lot of damage here. Lost a lot of army here. We're looking at a destroyed value, 4,000 for Idle Villager, at least killing, well, half of the army at least, or all the army that was in front at least, except for those couple units here. So that was a very good fight for Idle Villager. I don't know why Smitten Kitten tried to go in from this side and try to torch down the town center. That wasn't really a great move. So yeah, the Idle Villager holding still close to 30 villagers ahead, only 5 villager kills. Not really what you want to do as the samurai in this situation. I would have loved to see some siege, maybe like at least rams, potentially trebuchets, and then just try to, you know, get the outposts down, get the town centers down, and force the opponent to ute. Because the thing is, as you mentioned, so yeah, the camel archers, they can kite, but not if they are stuck in their base, or if they need to go to the opponent and bring the fight to them. And that, I think, was a missed opportunity for Smitten Kitten, and Idle Villager is taking a fight now here, killing a couple villagers. 4, 5, okay, that was evening out the 7, oh my goodness, okay, that was more than evening out the villager kill, and Smitten Kitten needs to fight that now. I can't really hold the outpost, is doing a little bit of damage, now Sprinkled upgrade coming in. But that's not really doing a whole lot against the Ghulams. They're too tanky to really be faced that much by the outpost. Idle Villager pushing Smitten Kitten away. Now he could torch down the outpost if he wanted to, but he could just keep moving. Actually, and that is a brutal fight here for the Japanese.
Absolutely, and the fight before by Smitten Kitten in the base of Idle Villager was it was just a disaster for Smith and Kitten losing this much of army and army value without any value by himself or for himself. But I want to mention something additional. Just check the villager count on which resources both players are. So 13 villagers, 16 villagers before 800 food per minute by Smith and Kitten because he's on berries, on deer and stuff like this. Meanwhile, 32 villagers on food for idle villager and he was on 1.2 food income. So what I want to mention is on this map specific, I think you don't want to go for civilizations which likes to do farm transition early on because of the amount of food. Because 16 is less than the half, but he had more than the half income than Idle Villager, or around 12. However, fight was going on. Idle Villager did a good engagement here. He's leading an army value, not only, also in amount of units. And it's a rough situation for Smith and Kitten because not only Idle Villager has 3 TCs running the whole time since minute 6 or something like this. Also, Smith and Kitten lost 9 villagers.
Yeah, and Smitten Kitten is trying to make up for that. He went for a second town center a while ago, did go for a third just now. So in theory he is at about the same now, but he is half the villager numbers. I mean, granted he does have 4 relics, so that feels very, very nice. He doesn't have the Yorishiro on resource building, so he doesn't really get passive income, but yeah, so
5 relics is just the best message.
yeah, five relics is very, very nice. He could go for sacred sites. There's 2 on the map right now. He needs to defend this gold vein. This is critical. If he loses that, that's more than 8,000, or yeah, close to 8,000 gold right now. 7,000 gold still available here in these 2 gold veins. Needs to fight that. But does he have the numbers? That's the question. He does have a Mangonel coming up here that could work wonders against the archers. But this looks difficult here. Ram getting destroyed, so that is important. But there's still a lot of camels standing.
Yeah. I think I'm not sure how much matchups Smith and Kitten played against Abbasid, but I think Abbasid is one of the civilizations you never want to go Bugattis, I feel like. Especially because of the amount of range units Abbasid is pumping out, like archers with the what's called the upgrade, the I know the German word. Yeah, composite bows, right?
Yeah, that's the tech, yeah.
And the camel archers, which do perform pretty nice against Bugatti. So I think Smith and Kitten is using the wrong army combination to fight this army comp idle villagers pushing on the field here. And now the gold, the tower, the Springer Tower is destroyed. The other Springer Tower without the improvement upgrade or armored upgrade is also getting torched down, and the big gold brain now is handed over to Idle Villager, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's definitely his. He is he could actually go for a little bit more gold, stone, and then he could drop a keep here even, and then that would definitely be his. There's even more stone here, so you could just go for the stone here, drop a keep, then he has 7,000 gold secured for his name. And to your point about the army composition, the Honorable Geisha don't really do a whole lot against the Gulam. So I was a little bit surprised how bad they performed. I thought they would be a little bit better. I think if you're fighting against the Feudal Age Abbasid, that may be still okay. But as soon as Abbasid hits Castle Age, goes for the Gulams, goes for the upgrades, the Honorable Geishas don't do anything anymore. And it's quite painful to see that actually, and Smitten Kitten is trying to get up the villager numbers, but he's still almost like a little more than half the villager numbers than as the Abbasid. Eco is stabilizing, so he is getting uh, his food income, but at the same time, this is important for him, and he's gonna lose that fairly soon. He doesn't know that. Oh, he doesn't know that yet. He does know.
Yeah, he saw it. He saw it
Yeah,
because of the
he does
tower.
have the outpost. Now he is reacting, moving his villagers, but he will lose that, and that's a lot of berries that Japanese love to take. That's a ton of deer as well, and the boar that Japanese could take as well. So a lot of food that he will not have access to anymore. And in terms of farm position, yeah, of course he has all the farms from the Kura storehouse, but other than that, there's not really anything. Let's move to the fight here.
And watch Idle Villager's resource bank. It's crazy what he's flooding in resources. 2.5 food, 3k wood, a bit of gold. So he instantly can remax, and he is already maxed out his army once he is taking 2, 3, 4, 5 bad fight. It doesn't matter in the position of Abbasid right now. It feels like he's just instantly remixing. Meanwhile, Smitten Kitten is around 134 overall pop, and yeah, no farm transition yet. So if the deer, I mean, there's around 1k, 2k, 3k, 4k food, something like this in the north still, especially with the boar, but that's not unlimited.
No, that definitely isn't unlimited. And the thing is, like, while this fight is going on, we do have the military wing coming up for the Abbasid. So basically, while this is still a pretty, I would say definitely even fight, or at least not super in favor of the Japanese, in less than a minute, Abbasid will be Imperial Age, and I honestly, if I would be Japanese, if I see my opponent going Imperial Age in this situation, I think I would immediately tap out, because there's no way to come back from this. We do have the Daimyo Manor at least, but there's also like upgrades missing here and there. Military upgrades are on the way, like some of them he already got them, but there's just lacking. He's just lacking the resources to, you know, he's scrambling to hold against the Abbasid, but he's not really getting ahead. And meanwhile, Abbasid is getting Imperial Age. He does still have quite a nice amount of army here. Just needs to get the upgrades, so a little bit more gold income would be nice in his position, and then he can just close the game.
And we still don't see any range units by Smitten Kitten, and I'd say some range units might be nice to fight the camel archers and the spears. I mean, a lot of people love about Yumis, but mass Yumis, I mean, they are cheap. They have a good movement speed, and if you micro well, they can maybe do here something. However, Idle Villager hits Imperial, is already maxed out again, clicks a couple of upgrades, but is lacking a little bit of gold to click all upgrades he needs to, it looks like, and is now moving to the other expansion second TC. And Smitten Kitten tries to do a farm transition there, and that's another point. I'm not so sure as a Japanese player if you really want to go daimyo that early, or upgrade all the other levels, so 2 and 3. Because you don't want to go for farms on this map before 30 minutes mark or something like this. It makes no sense as Japanese. If you have to, you may be dead, and it looks like. But Smitten Kitten is catching what villager count is catching up what villager count looks like. So one about close to 110. Now he's losing again a couple one. Meanwhile, Idle Villager has 153 villagers.
Wow.
hopefully he stopped producing at all, because otherwise he could become a kind of... He's doing trades. Idle villager is trading already.
That's interesting. I mean, he does need the gold, so it in a sense it makes, yeah, I guess it makes sense. His army was a little bit split here, and so he got caught up in a not so good position, but he was still able to hold. Still doesn't need a lot of the imperial upgrades. The question is, I mean, if he's I mean, yeah, he is trading, but at the same time, it's like 4 gold. Doesn't feel that
It's
great.
dog shit trade. Let's say what it is. It's dog shit trade, because if you have 4 gold per run, you don't want to trade for 4 gold per run. I mean, it's not only the invest; it's also limiting your pop, right?
Yeah.
So what's the value of 4 gold? Meanwhile, you have 20 army less or something like this.
Yeah.
He needs to put a market in the south corner to gain some out of the trade.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, to be fair, he does have the map control here. You know, he could just wall like this part here off. Then, by the way, take the sacred sites. That's 100 gold per minute. Like, that is free gold.
Yeah.
Just take that. He could, in theory, even take the other one, but you don't even need to do that. Because then you kind of alert your opponent of the threat about the sacred site, the sacred victory threat. And so I would just take that one sacred site, wall that off, put down 1-2 markets, relocate the traders that you already have, because he has 10 traders. You know, he could just relocate them. No, it's actually 20, right? Let me see.
It's 20.
Yeah, it's
Each
20.
market's
It's 10 each market. Yeah, that's it. Like, if you're switching the players, then you can actually see the full number. So yeah, 20 traders. Just relocate that, and you immediately gain. What would that be like? 30, 40 gold per trade, I would say, instead of 4. So it's like 10 times as
it's
much.
something around this. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that
I mean,
would be nice.
they changed the Abbasid trade quite a bit, so I'd say it's less than 40, because they are now running a bit faster. So other civilization would take something like 10 gold per run on a trade like this. But doesn't matter, because overall the income, the gold income, should be the same.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Meanwhile, we were talking about the trade. A lot of camel archers, 39 on the field with a couple of hand cannoneers, pushing the TC expansion again. I mean, 64 echo kills. That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot, especially for Smith & Kitten, who never was in a situation to catch up the villager count at all.
Yeah, that is very rough. I mean, eventually, if the game goes a lot longer, he should be able to catch up, because Idle Villager did stop producing villagers, so that is good. So yeah, I guess at some point Japanese should be able to catch up because of the crow coming up. So that is gonna be a good defensive. Where did you put that, by the way?
Next to the north of the TC, so between the expansion and the
oh,
TC,
right, yeah.
where
okay. There
but
it is, yeah.
Here's why Japanese. I mean, we can watch the echo count, yeah, for sure. Maybe there is a comeback opportunity according to the numbers, but not according to the food situation, because Idle Villager has a full settled farm transition, and I mean, Smith & Kitten, he has a couple one, but that's not a farm transition you want to see once you hit Imperial, especially when all those food resources naturally just they are still there. I mean, there's a boar in the south still, and a couple deer left also in the north, but you can't gather because you don't have the army to defend those positions.
Yeah, and look at all those villagers on the run here. So 42 villagers. So basically half your eco is idle, half your eco is running. And Idle Villager is, you know, still apparently still producing. I think it's producing. Yeah, he's still producing traders, so not regular villagers. Um, and so he has a slight gold income at least. But yeah, still curiously enough, there's no sacred sites being taken. But he's just slaughtering villagers left and right. We're getting to 100. So a lot of oh man, it's not gonna stop anytime soon unless Smitten Kitten is tapping out. Which why is I mean, what is his window to win this still? What do you like? I mean, he did reach
I
Imperial
mean,
Age. That is important. He doesn't have the gunsmith, so he doesn't like. I mean, he still could go for siege mass, I guess, but he doesn't have the resources to
there's
mass
another
samurai.
opportunity. I mean, in all other level games, it's done. But in this situation here, even though Idle Villager has insane economy, 50k food, 50k wood on the bank, just a shit ton, just a shit trade, which blocks him around 20 supply.
Yeah.
Smith and Kitten is pumping archers now. I mean, it's not the best unit, but they are cheap. And he can pump around 140. And once he hits a count something like 80, 70 archers, what's possible because of the cheapness of the archer, and he don't need that big much of an echo. Idle Villager might have a problem because he can't catch up the army ball, which is built up. So maybe Smith and Kitten is hoping something like this, but overall, yeah, normally he's dead.
Yeah.
The statistics.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, yeah, the Archer Ball could be really nice, but he doesn't have the number side now. He does have 8 archery ranges, so in theory he could pump them out very fast. But sooner or later he will be limited, and I mean, like, the Yumi don't really counter the camel archers. I mean, they kind of do, but at the same time they're still super strong, and so it's just gonna be difficult. And he will run, sooner or later, he will run into the issue that even though he can mass out a lot of archers, Idle Villager still has the eco to just he can match that with the camel archers.
Yeah, sure.
And so now he has siege on the field as well. The cavalry, Stochast of the Crow is gone. One cavalry down, second one should be down. Should be down very soon now. Is it? Oh, it's making it alive. 7 health. That is a close call. Just like 2 more hits, basically.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh man.
I mean, it was very, let's say, over positive thinking with the archer ball. But I mean, I think on this level, it's very hard to manage in the fights when you are limited to armies like max pop of 50. Now Smith and Kitten is tapping off. I had it a couple times myself. Why the hell am I losing this fight or this game? Yeah, because I have 30 echo more than my enemies, so my army count is limited 30 less, and his ball is just overwhelming me. Doesn't matter, 36 minutes in the game, Smith and Kitten decided to call Idle Villager once with the 3 TC play on Carmel. GG to both guys.
Yeah, a wild game. And you see, that's one of the things where I'm like, you know, bottom bracket, sometimes they shine. I mean, it's not this may not have been like the highest quality game, admittedly, like in terms of build order and whatever. But you can see, like both players, they had an idea what they wanted to do. They had a pretty good build order, I would say. I mean, you know, like having 3 TCs relatively fast with Abbasid, like clearly shows that he knows what he was doing. Um, and then like from there it just goes a little bit wild in terms of unit composition, and you can see that maybe there's like inexperience in terms of matchups. Or whatever. And it is tough, by the way. I mean, with Abbasid, I was just thinking that you can't really go for Mounted Samurai, you can't really go for the Onimusha, because they're both getting a heavy nerf from
Debuff.
the
Yeah,
camel
yeah,
archers, the
yeah.
debuff, the camel unease, and so you kind of lose that. You don't have crossbows. You do have the samurai, so you could spam samurai, but then you just run into the gulam, so it's kind of like, doesn't really feel great. And then again, to counter the gulams, you then have to go for the Onamusha, which get the debuff from the camels, and so it's like, what do you do here? It's kind of tough. So yeah, I don't know if there would be like if I would be able to come up with a good idea, like from the top of my head.
Like,
Um,
yeah.
and then there were just like some very bad fights. Like, with this one exception here, close before Idle Villager went imp, Smitten Kitten took some very bad fights, starting with the one where he went into the base and not really achieved anything, and then it was just a very uphill battle from there. Oof,
Yeah, I
the
mean
resource.
the first fight we mentioned once he was hitting the TC. I had
Mm,
it sometimes myself, especially when I fight two TC Knight Templars or two TC English or something like this. I feel the timer, I feel the pressure, and sometimes I do a weird decision like I have to push the TC now because it's
mm,
killing me.
yeah.
But if I would wait one more minute, it doesn't kill me. The complete opposite would might happen. So I could afford some rams, I have some techs. So sometimes this pressure is putting us in weird decision making procedures, and I think Smith and Kitten was in a similar situation like this. It looks like this. Uh, kind of panic move. Abbasid hits castle. He was 3 TC. I
Hmm.
have to do something, but it was not very um, strategically wise,
Hmm.
or was not very smart move like that, losing this amount of army.
Mm.
Maybe we see here one point. It's especially does matter with Elo AoE4 scouting. I'm not sure if Smith and Kitten knew what kind of army combination Idle Villager was going for. Because Una Bugattis into Mass Archers
Mm.
and Camel Archers is just destruction.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is difficult to scout your opponent if he just walls himself in and then you don't really have an option to go in and check. But then again, you maybe don't want to run into the base if you don't even know what's there. Unless you can try to force him to come to you. If you're having a couple rams, you can just stay a little bit safer outside, force the fight to you. And if it goes south, you can still run away with your Anabugeisha because they're faster than most other units. Like, except with cavalry, of course. Um, but the way he just basically it's kind of the situation where you land on shore and then you burn your boat, so you cannot go back. You have to go forward, and if you win, you win. If you lose, you're dead. So I think that's what happened
Yes,
here. And
yes.
but yeah, so let's see. Top bracket is already in round two, and I believe all three matches have already been finished. So we can wait for round three in the top bracket, or we can just check a second bottom bracket game because they just started with round two. Top bracket is already done with round two. Um,
Okay.
so if you go out of the match, I can invite you again, and then we can.
Oh, sure, sure, sure. I thought
Yeah,
I
no,
can wait like in.
no,
I'm out of the game.
yeah,
I'm
it's the thing.
ready.
Like you always have to go out of like get out of the map of the match and then re-invite, and it's I hope they fix that in like season 15 or something. We never you never know, but so
Yeah,
let's
yeah, yeah. I see.
yeah. Um, well, actually, I think round three with top bracket they already drafting. Hopefully, maybe.
I mean, we can watch a Relic Rower game, which is already done, maybe?
No, I wouldn't watch a replay. I wouldn't. I would just
Okay, okay.
maybe. Okay, let's do another bottom one and then we'll move over to the top bracket.
All right, let's go.
Let's see. We should have. Um, let's see. Is this? Yeah, it's I call the bottom bracket because in like it technically is a bottom bracket, but yeah, we have it as a middle bracket. So it's a middle bracket and top bracket. Um, it's bottom bracket players in the middle bracket. Let's put it this way. Okay, so the one game here is not observable. That is a shame. Let's see the other
Ay,
one.
ay, 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 ay.
Yeah, and the other one. Okay, apparently there's a moderator been requested.
Oh, really?
Give me a sec. Oh, I think they figured that out themselves. Um, but yeah, so Leviathan against Smitten Kitten. They started the game, but it is not observable. Well, that's how it is sometimes. What's the top bracket doing? Let's see. Okay, they're still in the draft, or haven't really started even. Oh, they started. Okay. Why did they not do it observable? Okay.
Meanwhile, we figure out some organizational stuff. Guys, EGC is running the Elite Classics 3, and I'm pretty excited. Hopefully, you guys as well. Maybe, maybe not. We talked about it before, right?
Yeah.
Quite a bit. And the open qualifiers, I think round 2 is already running. Lash has a heart. Do you know Lash?
I do. I actually met him in Hamburg. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, yeah, nice. He's facing stuff like in 1-1 situations, so it's a decider match because they do best of 3. We'll see who is qualifying for the main stage. Let's call it main stage, right?
Yeah,
Because it's a qualification or finals or whatever. And before this, sort of was playing Core. Also, Core, nice guy, pretty known in the community, and sort of I think is one of the one of a former StarCraft 2 pro. So a couple of them joining the Age of Empires 4 community. It looks like, and I feel a bit, I feel happy about this fact.
yeah, definitely. I mean,
So
I'm always happy to welcome new players into Age of Empires, into our big Age of Empires family. Um, and it's also like I personally find it super interesting how someone from a completely different game comes into Age of Empires and they're basically immediately on pro level. Where I'm like, how is it even
yeah,
possible? Like to me, it's like, how is it possible? Like I'm playing this for years and I'm not getting out of like whatever rank, and then someone else has like picked it up for like 2 weeks. Like, oh yeah, already Conqueror 2 or 3, whatever. And I'm like, okay,
yeah.
all right, cool, cool, cool. So yeah, it feels unfair, but it just shows how good they are and how the mindset and the strategic thoughts that you have to have in RTS, how they translate into a different game even. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, pros are pros. It's
Hmm.
in the esport like in other sports, right?
Yeah.
If you're a profi sports guy, uh, you may be good in similar other sports. You maybe not top of the prop like you were in the sports before, but you did. But it's there are skills you can take over. However, do we have figured out which game we want to join, or is
Yeah,
it still
let's see.
in?
You in my group. The funny thing is actually, if I'm looking for Smitten Kitten, I can observe his game, which is the same game as Leviathan. So it's kind of weird. Like if I go to Leviathan, I can't observe the game. If I go to Smitten Kitten, I can.
Crazy. Oh,
Which
is Midden Kitten in your friends list, maybe?
well, they're both. I mean,
Oh,
so
really?
they
Okay, that's
should.
crazy.
Yeah, I have no idea. But regardless, here we are. So Smitten Kitten, we just watched the first game with him. Now he's playing the second round in yellow, Holy Roman Empire on the left side of Relic River against Leviathan. William Wolfe is in the second part of the name. You can't really tell in game, but like on the top side at least. Playing the Knights Templar, one of the two new civs in purple on the right side. So new map and one of the new civs at least. Also, Holy Roman Empire got some nice new buffs as well. So gonna be interesting to see how they perform. I think they're fairly strong.
They are definitely barely strong, but I mean, I'm kind of a fan of, or not, let's not say fan, but I'm following BC a lot. Also, his opinions or how he explains or how he talks about, especially the new civilizations. And also with my own experience in game, I think Knight Templars are not figured out. They always, when I face them on ladder, even though I have a good win rate against Knight Templars, if I compare my overall stats, so I'm talking about my personal experience at that point, they always feel strong. It's not like, okay, this matchup is easy for me because it's very common known that the one civilization is stronger than the other. So I'm pretty excited what Smith and Kitten is doing here to try to outplay Leviathan, because Leviathan went for the fish opening for the shoreline fish with the Haber. Meanwhile, Smith and Kitten again went for 2 scouts to get more sheep. And we will see if the HRE Echo with all the sheep he maybe find on the map gets a sheep lead according to Leviathan with the chapel. Is he going for a fuel all-in? Is he going for a fast castle? Pretty interesting points here, because Knight Templars, if you let them too much time, I don't think it's a positive thing, or pretty easy for HRE to catch that up.
Yeah, the thing is also with the one thing what I like about the Knights Templar, I just thought about that the other day. I was getting back into Delhi a little bit, just playing around a little bit with it. And the issue that that Delhi has is you know exactly when they are capturing the sacred sites. But with the pilgrims from the Knights Templar, you don't know that. So, for example, let's say you attack the bottom side sacred site, and then you're like, okay, I got this covered now. Like, he cannot send the pilgrims there. Well, he gets to switch it off to the north one, and he gets the exact same
Yeah.
amount of gold, and he doesn't really lose a lot. And it's kind of like it's like whack-a-mole, where like you try to hit where he will appear, but he might already be on the other side as well, and so he is getting a ton of gold, and you thought you had him controlled. So I think Knights
Yeah.
Templar, like, yes, they probably haven't been figured out yet, and we're not gonna see the fast 2 TC opener at least, but I do think that they're like, even if they're not figured out yet, they're still in a very strong position already. And
Yes.
they're fairly difficult to punish, I would say. So yeah, let's see. So Arkham Chapel coming up for HIE. The Deer Pack, he could push it in, doesn't even need to go for Pro Scouts. He does have 2 Scouts, so he could fairly easily do that once he finished his finding sheep routine. Scholar, or Prelate rather, already in position. He does have the wood line here as well. Doesn't cover the gold, but I guess that will be fine for him. And
But
Kingdom of
sheep can't.
France.
That's King. Yeah, I mean, with the fish opening, with the harbor opening, it makes sense, right? He has a good income of food, especially also with the passive income, because of the wood villagers pressuring HRE with the Kingdom of France. I think it makes sense, and according to the sheep count, it does not look so healthy for Smith and Kitten, even though he went 2 scouts, because sheep count looks pretty even. And now, in this situation, we have already 5 Echo units lead on sides of Knight Templar, even though they normally should be behind doing the H up or after the H up, like 2 or 3 rolls. So We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean the reason they are ahead is because of the docks, so the fishing boats, you know, counting as villagers as well. They do not have the increased villager production as the French does, so even though it is a French variant, that is one of the differences. Also the eco upgrades, they're not cheaper, so there are quite a lot of differences actually from the French, but you can still play them fairly similarly with the Kingdom of France, getting access to the Chevalier Confrère, I believe they're called. It's a strange name to get used to at first, but then in Castle Age getting access to the Templar brothers, which then are really heavy hitters in terms of cavalry. Smitten Kitten already opened with a barracks, so he is expecting that. Did find out at least about the dog now here, so he could try and punish this one. But then again, you already have the pilgrim on the way to the northern sacred site.
And it's 130 gold. And meanwhile, Smitten Kitten just dropped the third Rex already.
Barracks. Oh my god, yeah.
Leviathan is on 2 archery range instantly. I'm not sure if this was a random call or if he scouted the Rex already before. I think, no, he did not scout the Rex. It was a blind call going for 2 archery range immediately. So, counterplay to the... Counterplay maybe? Interesting, Smitten Kitten is pushing in with a lot of... Or just with man-at-arms. He's doing like a... Burgrave in feudal, it looks like. Now he's adding a stable as well, has a blacksmith already, so interesting play here.
Why are the scouts shooting with bows at a fishing boat? Is that normal? I've never seen that. What is happening?
I'm surprised like you.
I've never like.
I mean, maybe it's like, you know, villagers, if they are on distance to a wolf, they shot with a bow. If they are close enough, they kill a wolf with a knife.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. But like, I was like, how the fuck does he have horse archers as HRE in feudal age? But I was like, no wait, it's a scout. What? Okay, that's unfortunate for him. And so okay, I love this opening. It's so chaotic already. I mean, he's like. So Leviathan is like, okay, you know, he's expecting knights, so I'm gonna go archers. And Smitten Kitten is like, he's expecting spearmen, so I'm gonna go man-at-arms. And so both players trying to counter each other. Smitten Kitten might come out on top depending on if he can catch the archers out of position. But he doesn't have a scout anymore, so he's actually pretty blindsided now. So yeah, as we can see, I mean both players right now, they're kind of like not knowing what's happening here. That's so funny. Oh, I love this.
Not only that, I mean, Leviathan missed the timing, I think, because +1 range defense finished just yet, so he could do quite a good lot damage to the man-at-arms before, because he already had +1 range attack. Now boss have the same blacksmith upgrades, so the it's the opposite, so defense and range attack I wanna mention. However, 18 archers against 50 man-at-arms, and I think feudal man-at-arms, sure, archers don't do that much damage, but feudal man-at-arms are quite expensive according to what they can do against archers if the archers are kiting pretty well. In this situation, what is it, martial drills track, which is already up for HRE, is brings Smitten Kitten in a good spot so he can catch up with archers. But the first knights are on the field to tank some damage so the archers can kite and fight, and yeah. Crazy situation here. Forward, backward.
Yeah, it is very crazy right now. So the Chevalier Confrère, they are a lot weaker than regular knights. They are also cheaper, so it is fair. And they're also getting, you know, like, the more you have of them, the better they get, because as we can see now, he's having 1 more health right now. So the max health getting increased for each nearby heavy cavalry.
Yeah.
It's heavy cavalry. That's very important. So usually you would want to go for a lot of or like some of them, and then go Castle Age, and then add the Templar brothers in, which then would add even more to that. So Leviathan's idea, and you can see from the blacksmith upgrades, was to have an archer mass, add some cavalry later, and then go for the rams, which isn't really possible right now. He cannot do that right now. He needs to be very careful to not lose the archer mass here.
Yes. Especially there are already 7 horsemen on the field on the
Yeah.
side of Smith and Kitten, and I mean, sure, there are now also 6 knights on side of Leviathan, but I don't think these mass of mail can be tanked by those weaker knights, and we see a huge fight here in the middle of boss bases, next to the deer where the Templars were collecting some food, and I would say this is a pretty good fight for Smith and Kitten here. Army count is decreasing more and more and more, and wow, HRE is showing its best shape.
Yeah, I was about to say this is gonna be it. So the thing is, there was like 2 spearmen, and one of them made it through the whole fight. And so if you're not having the counter units, yeah, you can put a Chevalier Confrère in front and have them as some kind of like, quote unquote meat shield. But if there's spearmen in the mix and don't get rid of them, it's gonna be a very rough. And that was a brutal fight here. So a good opening, an interesting opening by Knights Templar. I don't think it was very strong. I do like the 2TC one, even though I think it's broken as fuck, but I do love it. And that was a very brutal fight here for Leviathan, and yeah, I don't think there's any way to come back from this one.
Not at all. I mean, Smith and
Um,
Kitten had what, around 20 men-at-arms left,
mm,
and there was nothing in the beginning. So once the man-at-arms get a mass and fuel
mm,
like this, I think, especially when you lost military, it's absurd hard to get rid of this, especially as Knights Templar, when you don't have that much of knights on the field and only archers and not the big archer ball like you want to. It
mm,
was what? Max was 18 or something like this?
yeah.
So, rough situation. Rough
Yeah,
situation.
definitely. Yeah, the thing is, if you're having like, if you would have like, like regular knights, like the royal knights, then it would be a different story. But even then, it's kind of difficult. But if you're only having the Chevalier Confrère, you need to have at least the same amount of units,
Yeah.
to keep them against the men at arms, and that is not counting that you kind of need to, react to the horsemen, and you do need to snipe the spearmen and all that. So like, this also adds another layer of difficulty, which, yeah, yeah, it was a quick one. I mean, Leviathan wasn't able to get the mass that he needed. He wasn't able to snipe the villagers, the spearmen that he needed to snipe, and with that, the game is over in, yeah, 12 minutes. I like it. I like it.
I
I
mean,
mean, it was a lot of action, a lot of fast-paced game here, and definitely a lot better than these, like Mirror or English 62-minute games or whatever.
oh yeah,
So,
absolutely. And also, I'd like to point out, I mean, HRE had an insane spawn with the wood line and
yeah.
the deer next to each other
Mm,
to bring these fuel aggression on the field.
yeah.
I mean, as I said, sheep-wise, it was pretty even, but the deer pack under chapel for free. I mean,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous as a healer. The food income is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't looked at that because there was so much fighting going on, but that was a very juicy spawn, and I mean, well done too to push the deer in. That was good, like well done by him.
Absolutely.
So it was nice to see that, like not only, like you can learn a build order, but also changing it maybe slightly depending on the map and using the map to your strength. So that was a very good touch. and a deserved win. So definitely a nice game. And with that, we can already go in the next game, by the way. So if you, let's say, I invite you to the group, and then
Sure, sure, sure.
we can finally get to one of the top bracket games. So both,
Nice one. Which one we? I mean, this one actually we saw before felt a little bit like not Smith and Kitten. Wait, I checked something before I blame myself now. Just a second. Just a second. All right, okay. Because I had in mind that Smith and Kitten was 2 weeks ago in the bottom, playing in the bottom bracket, but
Mm-mm.
he's in the middle bracket, so from points. However, the build order, the how he did everything felt pretty solid, and it
Yeah.
was nice to see also by Leviathan. It was nice to see what both guys did here. So it felt to me a little bit more like a top bracket game, not a middle bracket
Mm.
game.
Yeah, definitely. Like that's the thing with the bottom bracket. It could be a very much a wild card of what you're gonna see. It could be a perfectly executed build order, or it could be something really, really crazy. You never really know what you're gonna see. But what we are gonna see now is the top bracket. We're gonna see Aixx playing the House of Lancaster, so the other new civilization, in yellow, playing on the left side of transhumans against StrimSnipeMe in red, playing the Ayyubids.
Oh
So,
well, oh well.
oh boy.
I've never seen a matchup Ayyubid against House of Lancaster. Not even on the all those Twitch guys I'm following. Not my also not myself. So I am pretty interested what's here going on. I mean, there is a little bit shoreline on the map. I now remember I saw them a couple times in KPMM
Mm.
tournament games or weeklies. People played this map. However, there's a bit of shoreline, so Ayyubids with the cheaper havers in the situation might have a chance to kind of catch up when House of Lancaster is going for the full baboon,
Mm.
9 mana boom, especially with the echoing together on this map. Uh, Maybe Ayyubids have an opportunity to hit a pretty nice castle timing and do a lot of damage to House of Lancaster. What do you think about this?
Yeah, absolutely. No, definitely. So I think it's nice as you went for the dogs, as you mentioned. Being cheaper, 75 wood means that you can already go for fishing even without going heavily. I mean, yeah, he's kind of going heavily on wood for now, but um, he will catch up fairly soon. And with the increased eco that he has on water here, should be able to hit a very nice castle age timing. House of Lancaster shouldn't be too much behind that because of, just them doing the Lancaster things with the manners.
Yeah.
Um, but I do, so from my experience, I haven't played too many games lately, but the ones that I played against House of Lancaster felt very good if I went for fast castle against them. Just because they're busy with their stuff, and depending on how good the player is, it will take them a good 15 minutes to have all 9 manners up. I know you can have them faster, but depending on how good they are and experience and all that, or how defensive do they need to play or whatever, it can take them a while. And in the meantime, you go Castle Age, you take 5 relics, and then you have 400 something passive gold income, which doesn't feel too bad against their 600 food and 200, 300 something, I don't know, wood. So, I mean, it's a nice income. But I feel like a fast castle and then hitting with Castle Age, going for the sacred sites, going for the relics, was a good approach, at least for me, in the few games that I played against them.
I agree partial wise. So the thing is also what is the House of Lancaster guy doing and how is he reacting to it? I mean,
Mm.
Ayyubids might have a good chance here because they don't need to build their age up. they gathering resources next to it, so they can drop some stables. So once he's hitting castle, he has a solid economy, a solid income, not 8 villagers idle or something like this, and could instantly produce units to protect their religion units. How they are called as Ayyubids in English, I'm not sure.
The dervishes. They're the
Yeah,
dervishes.
dervish. Thanks. I missed the word. Um, because if you are a civilization who produce monks or slower units, something like this, the Demolancers are quite dangerous for a fast castle timing situation. Once you don't have that much military on the field and you don't take care that much about your religion units, and they can kind of easy catch up caught I'm at caught caught the guys who wants to carry in the relics. And also on this map you only have 3, not 5.
Mm. That's a very good point. There's only 3 relics, 3 sacred, yeah, relics, never mind. 3 relics, 2 sacred sites. So it is less to be had than usually. So usually we would have 5, now it's only 3. So that is a good point. However, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen this matchup either, so I'm curious to see how they pull it off. Since Ayyubids like to go fast castle age either way, I think they're not gonna stray too much from that. We do see the logistics coming up, so that will actually be the 2 dervishes on the field immediately. And my guess is so like usually you or like a lot of times you see the reinforcement wing coming up with the desert raiders, but the desert raiders don't really do you a lot of good here with the Lancaster castle and then with the town center. Like there's not really anything that you can. I mean, you could protect the wood line here, I guess, but then you can just go back to this one here, so it doesn't really matter that much to him. Um, so that's why it makes sense to go with the dervishes here. And then you already have them in place once you hit Castle Age. Which, by the way, he's very close to already.
Yeah, because of the fishing and stuff like this.
Yeah.
So I'd be interested, yeah, excited what he's going up for castle. I mean, anchoring makes only sense, right? Or is the most
Growth, yeah.
what? Yeah, maybe makes only sense is not the right term, but it's a very valid pick here. But maybe he has some other ideas but to do something here. According to the desert radius early on, I just look this way. You have Menace costs 200 wood, so you have to gather wood.
Yeah.
And if you look into the base of Aixx, once you have desert raiders inside the base, you can harass the front wood line, block it at all, and also kind of because of the range attack, you can harass the back wood line if you micro your scout very well.
Yeah.
And this force against this on the other side forces Aixx to produce some units. He already dropped the archery range. Maybe he was expecting something like in Desert Raider or whatever. But all those situations, they might delay House of Lancaster quite a bit.
Yeah.
If you do something. And military wing, producing Desert Raiders for free? Why not? I would say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think so. If we're looking at scouting, he didn't scout the base that much, and so I think it is actually a missed opportunity. As you were explaining this, like yes, you could actually deny the back wood line as well, and then you have a couple of straggler trees, which super annoying to gather from them. You're not Knights Templar, you have to build a lumber camp. And so that actually could have shut down the House of Lancaster quite severely. So could be a missed opportunity. He did use the dervishes to push in the deer, so that's very nice. He unfortunately did lose a little bit here from the one berry patch. But
oh yeah.
So that is a little bit, I don't know, maybe a misplay or just didn't think about it in the beginning. But nonetheless, he'll hit Castle Age at 850. already on the relic, so he will grab 2 of them immediately. Meanwhile, Aixx way behind, of course, in terms of age up. Um, if you're looking at the resources per minute, he's definitely at least on par. It will go up a little bit here because you don't have this will count only a little bit after. Now we see the Demi-Lancers moving out, so that's quite a nice force that he can levy immediately from the Lancaster Castle. That's the name.
Yes. Yeah, Lancaster Castle.
So he will
But they
try
were a bit.
to protect this one relic that is still remaining on the map.
Yeah, but I don't see how he can because there are 4 Lancers in queue for StrimSnipeMe, and also they are Camel Lancers, so they debuff Demo Lancers. Not only they debuff Demo Lancers, Demo Lancers are, I mean, something between knights and horsemen, right? So they are not supposed to fight Lancers or to win in fights against Lancers, especially not against Camel Lancers, which have the horse or the stable unit debuff. So I'm not sure what House of Lancaster, especially on this map, will go for a unit comp here, because the Yomis in English, German Freisers, they cost wood. Wood is not what we have a lot of on this map. I mean, he has the passive wood by the manners, okay, fair. But overall, you don't go knights, I would say, because of the debuff by the Ayyubids.
Yeah.
And if wood is running out, you maybe have not that much spears and definitely not that much yomis. Maybe crossbows.
Yeah, I guess
I
crossbows. Well, yeah.
Yeah, what I meant is I feel House of Lancaster is not the prime pick on this map.
No, definitely doesn't feel that much. And the thing is, like, he basically spent like 10 minutes walling himself in and just staying in his base, and StrimSnipeMe, I think, did the right thing to just play around that. He did grab the 3rd relic now, so the
Yeah.
Demi-Lancers will not be able to do anything. By the way, funny moment, the one Demi-Lancer was converted and immediately upgraded to Veteran
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah,
StrimSnipe
yeah,
is
yeah.
already in Castle Age, so that was a very funny
Yes.
moment to me. But yeah, they're not dealing a whole lot of damage, they're not super tanky, and they're getting further debuffed by the Camel Lancers, and so Demi-Lancers, not a great choice. Yeoman, sure, they're pretty strong, and we do have a lot of them on the field already. Um, but I don't know if they do a whole lot against high armored mobile cavalry. Um, what else? You have the Earl's Guard. You could go for them. Like the Man at Arms replacement. But that also doesn't necessarily deal a whole lot of damage, and yeah, the Demi-Lancers kind of struggling to put villagers down here almost. The Gulam here and the Camel Lancers on the hunt here doing a lot of damage, and yeah, Demi-Lancers will not be on the field here for a very long time, I'm afraid.
Not at all. But I mean, there are 18 spears on the field, and they have the upgrade by House of Lancaster, and they have the upgrade to -1/-1 debuff enemy units they attack or hit, and 12 Camel Lancers, even though they are Camel Lancers, and 16 spears, now 18 feudal spears, might not be the biggest amount of spears to kill cavalry units, but because of the debuff, so defense -1, together with the mass of Yomis, maybe Aixx is in a good spot here. I don't know. I have no experience according to this, And also StrimSnipeMe. I mean, he has one Golem, but he did not add much more. Has 3 Rex already on the field, so he could add some more. And if he do the transition to mass Gulams in this situation, he pretty sure overwhelms the army of Aixx, but it doesn't look like he wants to. 2 new more Camel Lancers in queue, and the push into the base. Second villager down, third villager down, fourth and fifth villager kill for Aixx here. Brings him in a much better position echo-wise.
Yeah, a nice little raid here on the south side, but that's about it. What he did see though, if he was paying attention to, is that StrimSnipeMe is just going to going up for with the military wing reinforcement to Imperial Age. So we're gonna have a pretty fast Imperial Age here. So he went, you know, with the bare minimum basically with the Camel Lancers just to deter any aggression. Then just go Imperial. You know, we're gonna have like a 15-minute Imperial here for Ayyubids. There it is. And now we're gonna have some nice free desert raiders coming in shortly, and then yeah, for the rest of the game obviously. And it's already, so yeah, StrimSnipeMe already on the map out here, taking the gold. He's taking some more berries on the top. Now he is taking, or trying at least to take the sacred side, getting some more free gold here. Meanwhile, Aixx did get up to Castle Age with the King's College. So not the White Tower, but the King's College, which makes sense, I would say, on this map. I don't know if you need necessarily the White Tower. I mean, it's a nice defensive position, obviously, or offensively if you want to place it next to one of the sacred sites, for example, but gotta have some unique upgrades shortly coming in for the House of Lancaster.
Yeah, but it's crazy to see once House of Lancaster investing a little bit in into army. Meanwhile, maybe the same amount of resources like Ayyubids is doing, and once House of Lancaster is hitting Castle, Ayyubids is hitting Imperial. Yeah. That's kind of crazy. And I was saying a couple minutes before, the Yomi Spears combination made a good one against those 12 Camel Lancers, but now there are 7 Desert Raiders on the field, and I would say, even though they are weak against the archers, I think they perform pretty good against the spears, and this combination, I'm pretty sure you don't want to fight this as House of Lancaster right now, because you're losing this fight. Pretty sure. Yeah. Also, now 4 Gulams on the field, so he's mixing in a little bit more Gulams. So interesting play here by StrimSnipeMe, even though he lost 9 villagers already. We will see if Aixx can handle to survive this push here now, and if he, without taking too much echo damage according losing villagers, maybe he can turn it.
Yeah, maybe he can turn it, but it's not looking good for him. He lost a couple villagers up in the north here, and the fight is still looking fairly well here for Ayyubids. Those desert lancers, yeah, they do not want to die. There's still a lot of spearmen standing, so StrimSnipeMe needs to be careful here to not lose too much here. Doesn't really has a good answer right now for the spearman. Where's his dervishes, by the way? He would love to have the dervish healing. There's some more desert
next to the sacred side, to the neutral one.
Oh, there's one there, but oh, he only has one, so one died apparently. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Lancers, so the Camel Lancers were kind of out of position, because meanwhile the Desert Raiders were fighting the Yomis and the Spears, the Lancers were hitting the villages in the north, so one part of his military, StrimSnipeMe, is fighting with the other, with the enemy military. Meanwhile, the bigger part his Camel Lancers, which are the most damage dealer, I would say, in the fight, were fighting with 5 villagers, something like this. So this was pretty unfortunately big, and I'm pretty sure that's the reason why this fight was so bad for StrimSnipeMe. And not only the bad fight, also he lost another 10 villagers, something like this, at the gold vein. Now minus 20 or 20 villager kills for Aixx, whether StrimSnipeMe has only 10 villager kills. And we all know who are following some casters, twitchers, and also had their own experience with House of Lancaster. When they have a full settled mana boom, villager losses don't hurt that much like it hurts Ayyubids maybe.
Yeah.
And military-wise, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of passive income, it's a little less, I think, but about the same as a full Mali cow boom. And so it's kind of the same situation. If you lose villagers, it's like, it doesn't feel great, but it's not the end of the world. But to the contrary, Aixx actually has killed quite a lot more villagers. There's a lot going on here, by the way, now. Second town center here for Ayyubids, under attack. A lot of spearmen here should be able to torch this down. StrimSnipeMe in the base here, trying to even the villager kills here. Not finding a whole lot here. Killed by 3 more. Will kill the reinforcements. But again, it's spearmen and crossbow, so both countering the lancers here, and only the unfortunate rally points are preventing Aixx from really getting on top here. Town center is getting destroyed, but there's still the water eco going at least a little bit here. So overall, Ayyubids eco still okay, I guess. Plus, not to mention, I mean, they're Imperial Age still. So
I mean, what a crazy base trade gameplay was this. And luckily, luckily maybe is the wrong term. StrimSnipeMe with the military ring for Imperial was in his situation. We see now the right call because of the 3 units he's getting out. What is it, every minute or something like this? I'm quite not that sure. Yeah,
what is
2 minutes? Every 2 minutes? Yeah. Every 2 minutes should be. And it's what, seven desert raiders, I guess. And it's, I said before, the military count, it's crazy. Around 80 for Aixx against 40 for StrimSnipeMe. Now we have 93 to 32, and most of those 30 army units for StrimSnipeMe are free. So it looks not that bad, not that good for Aixx here in this situation.
yeah,
He's in
just
big trouble. Meanwhile, the keep is defending the gold vein, but we will see how long.
well, I mean, I would say definitely until StrimSnipeMe goes for some rams. He can go for the battering rams and stuff, even with the camels because of the military wing. So he could go fairly easily, mass up some siege and then take the keep down, because that keep is doing a lot of work here. 12,000 gold being secured by that. The stone and this one technically still helping, and it's at least helping to protect that. And so, in terms of map control, House of Lancaster is doing fairly okay.
Yeah, so according to the south side of the map, definitely, yes. But on the north side, there also is a big one and a small one. And it looks a bit like they did a contract. Hey man, you take the south, I take the north of the map, we are fine. Except that StrimSnipeMe also has both sacred side, and unlucky for StrimSnipeMe in the last second the spear decapped it. Desert Raider were a little bit too slow, so timer is stopped right now, and it was like 6 minutes left. So Aixx bought a couple more time, according to a timer, to do something here. Maybe to catch up with the age, going imp or something like this. Yeah, but it's wild. Everywhere on the map are fights. In front of the base of StrimSnipeMe, there are some units fighting with fishing boats. In front of the base of Aixx, there are some units fighting each other. Not in the middle of the map, not on the South Gold Rain, also not on the North Gold Rain are any military units trying to fight each other.
Yeah, so basically, just the bases are under attack, and as you mentioned, there's some kind of truce in the middle of the map, being like, okay, north is yours, south is mine, you do you, and I'll just do mine, and that's fine with me. Although, yeah, that's...
And also the... Sorry?
No, just go ahead, yeah.
And also the army value and also and the destruction value is pretty similar. And that's kind of crazy if you think about it, that Ayyubids already Imperial and fighting with Imp units, also Imp upgraded units. Meanwhile, House of Lancaster is fighting with Castle units.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy, and I'm trying to figure out... Okay, there's the Wingard Palace. So not the Berkshire Palace, but the Wingard Palace, so we're gonna see some nice, cheap units coming out here from the Wingard Palace. A little bit different than the English one, obviously, because of the unique units. But should play fairly similar, I would say. So he's not opting for... I don't know, like I would have liked to see offensive Berkshire Palace next to the northern sacred side, next to the gold. I think that would have been a good play. I'm curious to see how he's gonna make the Wingard Palace work, because it is kind of like, you know, if you don't do anything with it, it's just there. It's not like the super strong Berkshire Palace keep. And so you actually need to do something with it, and so I'm, looking forward to what he's going to do with that.
But overall, I have to say I prefer always Wingard Palace as English, and also I would say as House of Lancaster, even though I didn't play House of Lancaster at all. But I mean, having two Republicans and one Feldschlange, one of the Bombards, Culverin. It's kinda nice. I mean, they need 1 minute and 5 seconds to produce, and also a heavy gold is heavy in gold, so 1050 gold. But overall, it's a nice one I have here. Also, I can click on the garnisons. Oh, I don't know what it's called in English. I'm sorry, because on my screen everything is in German. However, there are 8 spears and 1 man-at-arm, and then you have the thing where you get some demo lancers on the field. So Wingard, because of the invest you do in the units and what you get off, you have a discount on all of them. It's mostly the better age up landmark, in my personal opinion, than a Berkshire, because Berkshire is static defense. Berkshire I place when my base is in trouble, when I have to defend my base to survive or something like this. If I have the choice, always Wingard.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of like securing the map control, the Berkshire Palace obviously has its upsides and its advantages. So that's why I would have placed it like somewhere in the middle, securing a sacred site, securing the gold, and then go from there. But I mean, yeah, obviously it's just a static defense, and once you lose it, if you're losing map control, like you're never gonna get it back. And meanwhile, the Wingard Palace actually Oh my, oh, look at that.
Huge
Look at
money
that
shot on the
huge.
Wiltsu. You hate to see it, you
Oh.
love to see it, depends on which
Yeah,
side you are.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it
You
hurts.
you hate it as red, you love it as yellow. And the thing is, before the recent nerf, all of them actually would have been dead, but the damage got decreased
Yeah,
by I believe like one per shot, and so they actually did make it out
yeah.
alive. And they're coming back for a second round, but that's not gonna happen. And oh my
And
goodness.
House of Lancaster tells you I'm here the winner in this game and proves me the opposite, or just however to say, that House of Lancaster might be the right pick here on this map against Ayyubids. But unfortunately for StrimSnipe, this one fight, this first fight in the base where where the Camel Lancers fighting with Wilds, meanwhile the Desert Raiders fighting with the Spears, if those
Mm-hmm.
Lancers by StrimSnipeMe hit the backline instantly,
Mm-hmm.
the Yomis, pretty sure Aixx would be dead in this situation.
Yeah, I
What happened
think.
is that the Desert Raiders get molded down by Spears and Yomis.
Mhm.
Meanwhile, Lancers had some fun with villagers.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a miss micro, you could say. Definitely a little bit unfortunate because up until then, I really liked basically everything that StrimSnipeMe did. Um, Very good game plan, going with the fast castle, fast imp, taking the sacred sites, taking the relics, securing map control, and then moving into the base. So, like I liked all of that, and I think there's just one fight wasn't really great. Um, I personally hate to dive bases like really a lot, and so like I would probably not move in there without siege. So I probably would have built a couple rams and then move in and then try to fight around that because it's always nice to make your opponent work for the win. And if they wanna, snipe the siege, you can then snipe and like in return snipe their units. And so I think that was like the beginning of the end. The funny thing is, I don't even think we saw any Vanguard units. So it actually didn't even matter which which landmark Ix chose.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, on a map like this, Berkshire, you mentioned something pretty nice. Berkshire in the middle of the both sacred sites. The Berkshire gives you an anchor point where you
Hmm.
fight under, and you can protect all boss sacred sites, because sacred sites might be win condition on this map.
Yeah.
Um, However, doesn't matter because Ike's won with Springer. It doesn't matter, he won.
Yeah.
Um, what we should mention is not using Rams for the push, using Ayyubids Mangonels because of
Mm.
the ability destroying buildings or do additional damage to buildings. In this push would be pretty awesome to get rid of the Lancaster castle, also of the manors. Meanwhile, his lancers and desert raiders were defending the Mangonels. That would be a pretty smart move in this situation.
Yeah, yeah, the Manjanic are very strong, so I think that's like overall I think there was a lack of siege in a lot of situations there. And especially with like a high mobility comp with the Ayyubids, with the Desert Lancers, and with the Desert Raiders, and then going for the siege, the Manjaniks threatening it's still an English army. It's relatively slow with the yeomen and with the spearmen, and so there was definitely the potential to make siege work. But yeah, not today.
Not today.
Not today. Okay, all right.
So
So let's see.
now we are in round 4. Oasis, right?
Oh yeah. Okay, I think we need to watch top bracket for that one.
Oh yeah, I'm excited.
I mean,
But hang on, give me a second. I will grab some water.
yeah,
Be right back.
absolutely. Yeah, so let's see. I'll invite you. So yeah, I would definitely should watch the top bracket ones because I mean bottom bracket. I love watching bottom bracket as much as the next guy, or probably more. But Oasis is a very specific map, and so you do want to see good players on that map because otherwise it's just a wild, strange map and can't really do anything with that. Um, Oh, I need to make one settings changes here. Camera. Screen edge panning. That was annoying me the whole day. Not being able to, or being able to rather, moving the screen with the mouse. That was super annoying. But that's fixed now. So let's see. One of the matches should be available. Schnippe.
Here we are again.
There you are. Alright, I'm just looking for the matches. I don't know if they're still, there should be. Yeah, middle bracket is still in round 3. They're a little bit slower today than the top bracket. They're already in round 4. Okay, this one is online. Both online, so apparently they're already done with the game. Can that be? Can't really be. Hmm. Why do I not find the top bracket games? Strange. So
Yeah, Leviathan, Ayyubids. Okay, this is not top bracket. Layout map
okay, there's
Oasis.
one.
Oasis.
Okay, I found one of them. So J Hill against Fire Biased.
Oh yeah, let's go.
So let's go. I don't know why I don't see them in game, but that should be going.
Sometimes it's pretty weird,
Yeah,
the observer thing.
it really do be like that. But yeah, so we already see the matchup here on screen. J Hill in red playing the Knights Templar, kind of fitting color actually. On the southeast side of the map, against Fire Biased with Jeanne d'Arc in blue. Also a fitting color for the French variant civilization on Oasis. So let's take a look at the map. If you're not familiar with it, there's a ton of deep sea fish in the middle of the map. Also the 2 sacred sites, the only 2 sacred sites, and one of the relics. The only caveat here is there's a wood line blocking your way. So you cannot. I mean, there's like a couple different ways to play this map, right? You can either ignore the map in like the middle completely, and then it's just a land map, or you can try to chop through relatively quickly. It's especially fun with the Mongols if you go for the improved, the lumber tech upgrade, you know, where you can chop the trees with one hit. Then you can
Yeah.
fairly quickly make your way into it actually, and build up a very strong eco. You can also threaten sacred victory with the sacred site. So with Delhi, for example, that would be a strong option. I mean, Delhi on this map otherwise is kind of weird, I would say. But you can also ignore it and play it as a land map, and then it's kind of like hideout, you could say. But yeah. I love it. I like that map. What do you think? What's like, I mean, if you see the map, if you see the matchup, what is your thought? What are your thoughts here?
I think Jay. So I'm wonder if Jay ever saw this map before,
Hmm.
because when I am in the situation of fire biased and I know the map, I know Jay has only one chance to catch up in Echo, and this is going to TC.
Mm.
Because sacred sites, pilgrims, are not an option early on.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Not at all. No.
I mean, you have the opportunity as KT maybe to chop through pretty fast because you don't need a lumber camp.
Mm.
I don't know, but this costs time, and especially as JD and Fire Bias did a nice move here with the quick wall without building the wall at all. So he definitely knows what he's doing. With JD, I'm not sure if you have enough time to chop through to get the echo advantage out of the middle of the map with pilgrims, maybe with deep sea fish, and so on. Because I would expect JD is arriving and hitting with knights early on enough to prevent you from this. So, quite not sure if you would be a boomer Civ, maybe if you would have a matchup which is kind of slow boss build up, echo stuff like this, you would see a lot of fights in the middle. I would expect in this matchup, I would expect the game is over before the middle is. Someone could catch up in the middle or could do something with middle, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like, the interesting thing is, so we're not gonna see the fast second town center. There's no stone being chopped by J Hill. He is heavily on wood, so he is actually trying to make his way in. And if we're looking at the wood line, it is actually a little bit in favor for him. There's a couple trees that he needs to chop, but then there's actually an opening here. So he is actually in a fairly good position to make it through. And once he has that, I mean, he can just delay the safe passage tech for now, which he doesn't really have the food anyway because he's mainly on wood right now. Go for stables, go for the barracks to defend against the Royal Knights that will be coming in fairly soon. He can have some aggression on his, by himself as well with the Chevalier Confrere. So again, as we've seen in an earlier match, but yeah, probably is gonna be pushed a little bit into his base. But I think as long as he can defend this part here with the wood line, he should be fine. Although it looks like he's going away from that, so it doesn't look like he actually is trying to, to double down on that approach here.
Yeah, he's going on the deer because he has some food issues.
Yeah, I mean, if you're only having a couple, I mean, you do get 20% wood food if you're chopping wood. But that's only like for one tree with 150. That's only 30 food, so that's really not a whole lot. And so I did some testing just to play around. You cannot go like full on food, full on wood, and expect to have enough food to produce villagers. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Would be fun though. I mean, but yeah, it doesn't work. So by the way, pro scouts for JD, still the play, still the choice here. So that might delay the Royal Knights a little bit. So one on the field right now is moving in. I don't know where he's moving to actually. Let's follow that line here. Oh, okay.
Well, it looks like he's taking the north side of the map to get in position for a hit or something like this. Maybe waiting for JD or something like that. And one I want to mention is, did I see it right? Is Firebeard the controller player?
Ooh,
I think he is.
That could be, yeah. I didn't check that, but that actually could be. And
I think the loading screen told us he's a controlling player. And interesting what he's doing here. Also, I like this move. He's not pushing with JD to go for raids to get some experience. He's using JD to defend his gold against those weaker knights by Knight Templars by J Hill. But I kind of dislike is the knight is sitting next to the gold and is doing nothing. Meanwhile, he could do at least 1 kill or 2 kills on the gold vein. Sad to see this.
yeah, that could have been at least 1 kill. Like usually you get at least 1 unless your opponent already sees you coming in, and even then you might still get 1. And the thing with the Jeanne d'Arc defending, like yes, that's cool, and you do get to defend because your Chevalier Confrere cannot really move into here. but at the same time, you're also not getting any experience. So if I would be J Hill, I would be super happy if JD just chills in her base, because she will not get any experience. So that's a win for me. The Royal Knight is in the woodline here, but there's two Chevaliers greeting him. Barracks is coming up here as well, couple of archers, so a good tri-comp mix here from J-Hill. Jeanne d'Arc just having a couple archers and a couple knights at the moment. Needs to retreat for now, doesn't have the chivalry yet. So
I mean, what? Yeah.
No, I was just saying, Jail's still trying to go through the woodline here. So the thing is, if you're not focusing like one tree after another, it will take a while to get through, and so we will not see pilgrims anytime soon. But it's still nice to see that even though that is a heavy aspect of the Knights Templar, they're not completely useless without that. So at least for now, like it's hard to say if he's really like doing something meaningful right now, or if he basically already lost the game. Because on the other side, we have a lot of pro scouting going on. 3 scouts carrying in the deer one by one. So Fire Bias definitely doing good in the food department.
And not only that, also the consecration, is it called in English, I guess? Einweihen?
Yeah,
ability by
the
JD?
consecration.
Consecration, yeah, sure. He used it on the archery range in the stable. And, I mean, Templars are kind of weird, because even though they have less villages, especially when they have pilgrims, they are kind of ahead in echo income because of the passive food by chopping wood, trees, no idle time because of walking, no lumber camp and stuff like this. But JD is producing cheaper, and there is a timing where JD can pump a shit ton of units. You think, what's going on here?
Yeah.
How is he sustaining this much of military units because of the concentration of the cheaper military production starting in feudal?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
And
so yeah, with the French you would have to build a keep first, and then build your buildings around that to benefit from that. And with French you kind of have that in the feudal age already. It is a little bit different, so it is only food for now, and then at some point you can upgrade it so it's also wood, I believe. I'm not 100% sure what is. But yeah, so it is very nice, and I've been on the receiving end of that. How is it possible to build so many units so quickly? But for now, both players, like little skirmishes here and there, but not really a whole lot happening. No villager kills so far, which is quite unusual, I would say, for 2 French civilizations going at each other. But both players very careful and very mindful of each other, not risking or overstepping here too much. Just walling off here on either side of their bases here. We have the Angevin Empire coming in, so he was shortly switching up. He was looking for the Republic of Genua, now switching to the Angevin Empire. So we'll have cheaper docks and fortresses. Not cheaper, sorry. They will have more health. Which, yeah, the Republic of Genua, if you're not even having pilgrims generating more gold, doesn't really help you a whole lot. And Kingdom of Castile would be nice, but then again, will not be of any use on this map. So Angevin Empire, kind of the only choice that makes sense on this kind of map here.
Absolutely, and it looks like, because he was trying to gather stone. Did he gather stone at all? No, 40 only, so he did not build something I missed. So he tried to get up a keep, maybe, with all the stone he wanted to gather, but he can't because Fire Bias is now pushing from the north. Interesting attack move, and this also not only because the chat confirmed my call that Fire Bios is a controller gamer. Also, this kind of move looks like a controller gamer because it's not so easy to micro like a mouse and keyboard player, and because he was hitting the gate, and we all love a move hitting a gate wall or something, meanwhile the army is behind this. However, it gave some time to evacuate his villagers from stone, so Jehill had the time to bring back on the woods, but also he stopped gathering stone and don't bring up any keep just yet. Meanwhile, he has stone in the south as well, enough stone where no military is in position by fire bears, and that's it's also kind of interesting on this map. The part in the middle divides the map in the north or in the right part and the left part, so it's not easy to catch up military once you are in the south and he's attacking you in the north with his military. And what we see now is heavy spears on the full field. 4 already, 6 already, 2 in queue, and I think fire bears don't want to fight this. Not at all. Those pikemen are pretty heavy and dangerous against cavalry.
They are super dangerous, but I don't think actually that they are the right unit choice here, because what Jeanne d'Arc or French in general likes to do at a certain point is to go for the Ayyubids, which is the only unit that actually counters the heavy spearmen, and so in a sense you're kind of inviting your opponent to go for the Ayyubids even sooner than they would actually usually do. And so Jeanne d'Arc at some point doesn't need to go for any archers anymore, because there's hardly any spearmen left on the Knights Templar side, and just goes for the regular, true tested Ayyubid Knight comp. And so even though the heavy spearmen are one of the strongest units in the game, probably compared, at least in comparison to their cost, don't think it's the right call against the French Civ.
But a huge pickup here of the French Knights by Jehill, so French Knights, I mean the JD Knights next to the market. I think half of them were killed, maybe only third of them, so 5 or something like this, but it's on this stage of the game, when you only have 12 knights and you lose 5, this is a huge damage done by Jehill to Fire Bias. Meanwhile, Fire Bias is spamming or grouping his range units in the base, and he's still on deer, and I don't feel... I mean, military-wise, maybe Jehill is in a good position right now, because there are only 5 crossbows, Arable Kyrios by Firebeast, and he's still improving, but all his ranges, all his military buildings are concentrated.
Yeah, I mean that is a huge bonus that Jeanne d'Arc obviously has. But speaking of bonus, we're just 1 tree shy of getting into the middle here, and then we'll finally be able to see some Templars, some pilgrims rather, going on. The funny thing is, so he could, so if he would know where the sacred sites are, he could actually set it as a rally point, and then he could already send the pilgrims out, and they would just gather here, and as soon as he can go through, then it would actually just go in in a bulk, and he would get 2,000 gold immediately.
Instant Imperial Age.
Yeah, that would be basically instant Imperial Age. Speaking of Imperial Age, so we do have a market in the corner here, so it kind of looks like the Fire Bias is looking for trade, which, it's a almost diagonal line here. That would be a very juicy trade line possible on this map. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to look at the gold. There there's okay amount of gold on the map, but you do need to think like long term. What are your options? Like you do have the guild hall, that is nice, and it will provide you with a lot. Where is that? There's the bad boy. It is on food still, so I don't know if he's like. I mean, I would always switch it to gold. I don't know if you like if that's the norm, but I feel like gold is always more valuable than the food. But it starts with food, so that's why you have to switch it manually.
So normally with the guild hall, you start with food and you let it on food because gathering big amount of gold or 1.2k of gold for Imperial Age is way easier than gathering 2.4k of food because of the food transition you have to go.
Right,
So
yeah.
normally French players wait with the guild hall, put it on food, let it on food until they hit around about 2k food or something like this. So they hit that amount of food that they can instantly go Imperial and then they switch into gold. This is the common way what main French players most likely do. But let's keep on an eye on J-Hill. He make it through to the middle or of to the oasis or whatever, and they proved me wrong. I said in the beginning I would expect we don't see any fights or play in the middle of the map because generally JD is an aggressive civilization, right?
Yeah.
And now we see that there was nearly no fights, not at all. I mean, sure, there is a destruction value of 2k by Fireburst and J-Hill 1.3, but I mean, that's not really fights or something like this, in my opinion. And now J-Hill has the opportunity to catch all the fish. Not only that, he has the opportunity to catch 2 boars and to get uncontested pilgrims because the only entry is in his base.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like for the time being, he will have a super safe pilgrim. Like, you know, it's funny because the tech is actually called Safe Passage, the first one, and so that definitely will be a safe passage for him. What wasn't safe is he lost, I think, was like 10 villagers at the Western Gold, so that was a very nice catch here by Fireburst with the knights coming in, which he still doesn't have chivalry. That kind of boggles my mind a little bit. And I mean, speaking about fast imp with the guild hall, like he is nowhere near Imperial Age, and I don't think he wants to go imp right now. He's just building up his trade right now. Should set this as the home market for sure. Because you can see the difference here. One is bringing in 43 and the other one, no, that's not a trader. That one is bringing in 77. So almost double the amount of gold just by which market you choose, which is quite crazy.
Yeah, I mean, pretty sure it looks. Wait, is he? Okay, he's raiding direct to the market. He's not rerouting. However, you see now, good timing for J-Hill. Kind of timing. I mean, sure, there are 2k food in the bank and already 76 military on the field, and now he used the guild hall and changed to gold, so he Fireburst will click on the H up pretty soon. But he puts the first farm on the field right now on the map, and deer is running out, so he's completely empty of deer. And if he's not fighting carefully now and losing his army, meanwhile he is dropping the red palace next to the big gold, also with the berries, and the berries might be pretty important for him because he is not able to do a farm transition yet. Not at all. He does not have the food income, as and so on and so on and so on. So it's a rough situation for JD. And on the other side, French trade, once you let them build up a trade, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
They can switch to food or wood, whatever they want to. and they don't need the farm transition nearly. So sometimes I had games where French was going on trade, and I was wondering, where the hell are his farms? I killed everything, but he's pumping out units at all, and it's just trade. And this is a full distance trade you can have in on a map. So dangerous situation. And boss have chances to kind of get out of control.
Yeah.
Knights Templar with the Pilgrims on the uncontested distance, long distance. So each pass each way gives 130 gold. Also the French with the trade. Pretty smart game, pretty slow game right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see if it's gonna be 130 gold. It doesn't look right now like it right now. We're looking on the UI from the Pilgrims. It will be a little bit more once he puts another fortress next to the sacred sites. But for now, it shouldn't be like it should be less than. Is it going? Okay, they're actually going to the first one. That's why it's not 130 gold.
Interesting decision here done by Jeanne.
Yeah, I think he should move it over because the other one would be a lot more valuable for him. He's putting down another fortress, so that will increase the number of pilgrims, but also will increase the value of this one, the sacred site here. So I hope that he switches over them. But his food eco is going through the roof here on water. Like, this is something that it doesn't really matter that much what French does in terms of, you know, farm transition, guild halls, switching to food with the traders, whatever. Like, the water eco here is gonna be insane in a couple of minutes. But as Liquid pointed out in chat, the traders do get the French traders do get the upgrade where they get 1 gold every 6 seconds, so that also adds to the gold income. So Jeanne d'Arc will not bleed out of gold anytime soon. Does have quite a nice amount of army, is lacking a few of the imp upgrades still, but should be able to move in fairly soon. And then we have the issue, Jeanne a little bit ahead in army value, but 1 age behind. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if he can hold that.
But never underestimate Knight Templar units, especially the special units by Knight Templars, once they are an age below, because I had imp fights with the full imp army against castle army Knight Templars, and I always sometimes wonder, how is that even possible that I lose this fight? Talking about fighting, it looks like Firebeast is looking for a fight. Now he's moving back, now he's moving forward. And that's what I meant with interesting decision here by Jeanne. He decided to put both keeps on the safe sacred side. I mean, it looks like he wants to do a 5-head move, chopping through the wood, but he needs a bit time. And his full base, also his important position for pilgrim spawning, is vulnerable right now. I mean, his food echo is safe, okay, but what does he want to do with the safe food echo once he don't have any gold income, because all the gold is contested and the pilgrims die once they spawn next to the TC?
Well, I mean, the pilgrims should always be safe. So I think that should be a safe income that he has, and it does make sense to have at least one of the fortresses next to the sacred side, because as long as it's in the influence here, he will get more gold income. But then again, he also would need to switch the destination of the pilgrims actually. So I just hope that he does that at some point.
I'm with you. What I meant is, his main TC has no static defense protection.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the safe sacred side has 2 static defense protection. And the fight is now going on, and once this fight, and here's what I mentioned, never underestimate castle army Knight Templars. like we see here, the French army gets molded down completely, nearly.
Yeah.
Even though there was a Rebalticon inside, so the heavy pikes should die instantly. No, they not. Knight Templars, also they had 2 mangonels and 2 springets. Fair. They defended.
Yeah.
They defended this attack, and yeah, crazy.
That is pretty crazy. I mean, it looked fairly even for the most part, and both armies did lose their front line, but then you still had the siege units, the Springles and the Mangonels from the Knights Templar, and then you still had the crossbows here. It is gonna like it is the regular crossbows, not the Genoese crossbowmen, because of the landmark, like the Castle Age choice, obviously. But we do have the Teutonic Knights on the field as well, and they are some very heavy hitters as well. A lot of like super slow, but super strong. A lot of health, a lot of damage, and they're getting stronger and stronger. There it is, with each kill. So you don't want to let them rack up kills. Just imagine one of them in the woodline killing a lot of villagers. They're gonna be devastating.
Oh, yeah.
It really looks like a 5-head play here actually, like 2 stables here, so I think he really wants to go through here and then just send Templar brothers over there, and you know, it's either convert them or kill them. That's how the Crusaders did it back then. I think we're gonna see a rematch of that era about 1,000 years ago.
Absolutely. So I'm not sure. Oh, what are the other 2 special units Knight Templars get in the Imperial Age? I don't know right now, but honestly, according to what French is known with their crossbows, with their special crossbows, I don't like heavy spikes and Teutonic Knights together at all.
Yeah.
Because in French with JD you have a natural counter civilization to that play. Theoretically, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of crazy decision here. Even though he's going for mangonels, mixing in, if you don't have Imperial mangonels, it feels like meh against mass crossbows, French crossbows.
Which they're super expensive to get the upgrade, so you might want to delay that for a little bit. So the other 2 units that he would have access to in Imperial Age would either be the special Venetian ship. I don't remember the name,
Oh,
but
yeah, okay, yeah,
which
okay.
is totally useless, obviously, on this map. And the other one would be the Schlachter Knight, so the Polish cavalry unit, which you could go for. You know, it's it also the passive age tech that you get with that, or age benefit, is also that you have more charge damage. So that would lean into Kingdom of France, starting with the Knights, having a little bit cheaper, faster to produce, less gold, and then going into that.
We see a disgusting Knight Templar play here right now.
With the
you have it on the screen?
Shit. Yeah, I do have it on the screen. There were like a couple villagers being killed here.
And he's nearly chopped through, and you can't do anything against this. Pretty sure Firebear is thinking, fuck, what's happening here?
Yeah, what the fuck is happening here? And yeah, the thing is with the trebuchets, their range is insane. And so it's actually like right now the issue why he's not firing is because you don't see anything. So I would love to have an outpost here. That will go a long way here. So I do hope that Jail is adding that relatively soon. But there is almost a chop through here. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Okay, let's go. Oh, and then we have the fire return. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Firebears is using the G attacks, it looks like. Oh no, I don't know why they were shooting, but...
Oh, look at that range. Oh my goodness, that's so insane.
I mean, it's not only a 5-head move, so now he's fighting in 3 keeps. The keeps improve the um, health and also
Mm,
the damage, though fire bears don't have any chance to engage inside this army. I would say not at all. Those
ye-
3 keeps there, he needs traps or some kind of siege, long range distance siege to first kill the keeps and then try to engage the army. If
yeah.
he's engaging the army, meanwhile the keeps are there, it's no,
Yeah,
just no.
no, just no. But the thing is, like, you don't even see anything here. Like, it's a black ball for him. He doesn't see, like, he does see
Yes,
the stable there, like, in theory at least. But he doesn't really see anything here. So there is no way to find the fortresses. There is no way to go in here because, like, this is like a death, definitely a death ball for him. And now, 33 minutes into the game, we do see the first sacred site being captured. He's still not switching over the pilgrim point here, which is, I think, definitely a wasted opportunity. He's only getting like, yeah, 89 gold per, yeah, per pilgrim here. Um,
that
but
that's
yeah.
interesting. There was one pilgrim who gave him 92 gold.
Yeah, I saw that too. I wonder why. Like it's I mean it's
I
distance
would
traveled, and so maybe that like started from the other side of the town center, and so it walked like 2 meters
yeah,
more. It was like I'm gonna give some extra gold here just for you.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, look at
But
that.
yeah, now the discussion part is coming in, and
Mm,
this is one thing when you do an Imperial Age way too fast, like JD, like Firebears did today. And also, he did not fully boom with trade. He built just 13 traders, so putting 2 markets, having this opportunity, having only 14 traders is kind of a um, missing opportunity or mislead
mm,
opportunity, however you want to call it. It
yeah.
becomes difficult for him because look at the bank, 1k food and 1.2 income for JD and nearly 5k now, 5k food and 1.5 income for J Hill.
Mm.
So J Hill is remixing instantly. Meanwhile, in a minute after this fight, Firebears will have issues to remix because of the food situation.
Yeah, definitely not looking good, too good here for Jeanne d'Arc. I mean, Jeanne d'Arc also, they're struggling with just getting into the fight here. Units moving around back and forth. A lot of siege on Jeanne d'Arc's side though, so that does help to decrease the number of of crossbows and the siege here as well, getting sniped. Um,
Oh,
but oh my, where's the front line here? Where's the Teutonic Knights when you need them?
the Teutonic Knights were molded down by those 2 Republicans in the back, so that's that's a situation when you don't micro your military at all, and we didn't see any micro at all. This was A move by A move, and the Teutonic Knights and Heavy Spears, yeah, they kept the front line, but meanwhile they kept the front line, the Republicans had their fun killing one group of heavy units in the front line after unit in the front line, and now we see JD level 3 is on the field, and the first keep is destroyed. And honestly, I was expecting J Hill will win this fight easily, but again, they proved me wrong.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised here as well. I mean, JD is a strong hero, and with things like the heal, for example, which is on cooldown, you can do a lot of work here, and it's kind of difficult. It's always a question like, do I focus on Dark or do I kind of ignore her and go for the other units? And a little bit depends on what you have in front of you. And Jeanne d'Arc's still in the fight, very. Okay, there she is going down. Finally, I kind of want to say, there's still one keep here, one fortress rather. There is. So Jael didn't lose the situation yet. He does have victory approaching in 7.5 minutes. So you know, in theory, he just needs to hold, which, given his income, he should be able to. I mean, if you're looking at the gold, for example, Jeanne d'Arc is running out of gold. Didn't build up trade as much as they could have. You know, 13 traders isn't a whole lot. There's still traders going to the one market where it's only giving 43 gold, so not a ton of gold income, and eventually fire bias will run out. So he did win this one fight, great for him, but I don't think he can keep it up for now.
And just look at the army situation for Jehiel. 42 Teutonic Knights on the field again. 42!
42. Oh my god. Okay. Well, well, the thing is, they're getting stronger each kill, so it kind of makes sense to, you know, just spam
I mean,
them
in the
and
way,
hope.
just take notice, they cost 95 gold each one and 80 food. So they are kind of, for an infantry unit, they are kind of resource heavy, right? And the fight is what, 2 minutes ago, and instantly rebuilt a max of 42 Teutonic Knights, now pushing into the base of
Wow.
JD. Oh. But I mean, I don't think. Oh. Oh, that hurts. Holy moly.
Yeah, so the thing is, they are still kind of cheap if you're looking at the health that he had. Oh my goodness. And he taps
Yes.
out? Okay, did I
I
miss
mean,
something?
Yes, this call is way too early.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, the thing is, like, yes, that fight didn't look too great. If we're looking at the military, like, yeah, that was a terrible fight. But that would be like, for me, it would be a situation where I'm like, okay, obviously the Teutonic Knights, they don't work in this situation. That's fine with me. I could just go for the Templar brothers, and I basically match what Jeanne d'Arc has. I can go for the crossbows, and I can go for the Templar brothers, and that's fine. And that's all I need to do. Um,
And and also he had the timer on his side, so
yeah, that's the thing.
the
Like,
win conditioning was running for Jehiel.
yeah, that's the thing. Like, just wait like 6 more minutes. You don't need to push into the opponent's base. You could just basically chill, uh, in in that pond area. You could even add some warships if you wanted to, and then have some more presence on the water if you wanted to. And then you're a little bit more mobile around that area or whatever. And interesting to call it at that situation. I don't think like
Absolutely.
I'm definitely convinced that it wasn't over. And I would even say that Jail was in a better position, but I don't know.
I mean, Liquid said it in the chat, and now I realize what you meant with Randy's. I was all the time saying, Randy's, what do you mean with Randy? He meant the Rebaldicans. All right, yeah, sure. They they just mold down the front line, especially the Teutonic Knights. Sure, but that's the reason because of lacking army might, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had crossbows, and those Rebaldicans are weak against range units. So if you micro this pretty well, I'm pretty sure and would say Jehiel should have won this game and won as at least the second fight. Also, if he did not, if he wouldn't go for 40 what 43
42.
Teutonic Knights against or something like this. Just, I mean, he was in a pretty smart, pretty sweet spot. Just
Mm-hmm.
raid the trade, just raid from the south with some knights or something like this. Evade the or just evade the Red Palace in the north, and this is an easy win for him in this situation.
Yeah.
Very sad to see the game was ending like this. Very sad.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, I mean, what you always have to, consider is that we obviously see the whole picture and he doesn't. So he doesn't know exactly
True.
how good the trade is. He doesn't know exactly how much resources the other guy still has in the bank, and so it's yeah, I think it's an unfortunate call. I don't think that he was in a losing position. He had way more resources gathered. He still had a better income, and he had the win condition on his side. So, if he would have lost like one of the sacred sites by now, I would have understood it. But as it stood, with the two sacred sites in his position, I would be like, you got the relics, you got the sacred sites. I think you're gonna win this, but well, not happening. So very well fought by Fire Biased to make it work on a tough match. I mean, was looking good for Knights Templar definitely, and interesting
I
map
mean,
for sure.
and Fire Blast did especially for a controller player, a
Mm,
very on point army combination because
yeah.
the army combination he played is not so micro based, micro needed. I mean, he could win this fight even with some different combinations, just build 100 crossbows or something like this. But then he had to micro way more, like he had to do in this situation.
Mm,
The Randys did a insane good job against the Knight Templar combination. Especially, he decided to go for heavy spears and Teutonic Knights.
mm, yeah. Yeah, well, but yeah, so definitely GG and well played and a well deserved win overall. We do have bottom slash middle bracket is still in round four, so we can watch another Oasis game and see how one of the
Ooh, that Oasis game.
yeah. Well, I mean, if you're up for that, if not, I mean
Oh,
you.
absolutely.
All right, well, okay, let's do it.
Absolutely.
So I did invite you. I click observe button.
Oh
And
yeah, a
I
second. I have wait.
switched the
Yeah,
scene
yeah.
over.
I'm in the group. I thought I didn't accept the group invitation, but I did.
You did. You sure did. All right.
Against Mid and Kitten against csthelord.
All right. So we do have again the Knights Templar on this map, which now we can definitely ask the question if the players have ever seen that map. And so one thing that the Knights Templar have as a benefit, they do see the relics and the sacred sites immediately from the get-go. So kind of like the French with the markets, you already see where the sacred sites are, and he's quickly gonna realize that he will not have an easy way to get into them. Um, and so, really gonna be interested to see how he is gonna tackle that one. Maybe we're gonna see some, 2TC play. We haven't seen that this day so far today. Uh, I don't know. Like bottom bracket, always a wild one. I mean, both players they're kind of like hovering like platinum one. Smitten Kitten is a little bit higher than that. I believe like plat 2 or 3 maybe even. Um, so yeah, could be a wild one. Could be a fun one for sure. Let's see. Okay. In terms of scouting, so csthelord makes his way over here. Found a couple sheep. Uh, I do hope for him that he knows the map because otherwise it could be a little bit difficult if he runs his pilgrims into nowhere basically. Um, I think you can actually select them, right? I mean, if you go for the safe passage, you should be able to send them already, even if you don't really have a full vision yet, right? Haven't tried that yet.
Uh, you can normally as I recognize, I didn't play Templars yet as well,
Mhm.
but you click on the target, which one they should move to.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter if you scouted it already or not, and they will go there if once they spawn and the tech is
yeah.
um, developed. What might be interesting, I would expect they just stick together at the closest spot or
Mm,
something, but I saw a test when Beastie was wondering what's the passing decision of pilgrims?
mm,
What's what are obstacles, how obstacles um, um, affect the paths the pilgrims take to the sacred site. So I'm wondering how the wood line will work because didn't see it before. I mean, it's expectable that they get blocked by the closest way or something like this, but maybe we'll see once csthelord is not known with the with the map. Um, However, he's going up with the Johanniter Orden.
Yeah, the Knights
What is it
Hospitaller.
called in English? Yeah, Knights Hospitaller.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
interesting. I never played a game in in German, so I don't even know what like Johanniter Orden. I didn't know that one. I
yeah,
mean, like obviously the term is familiar to me, but for me it's like yeah, it's the Knights
uh,
Hospitaller. What else would it be called? Like,
yeah,
um,
yeah, absolutely. Maybe I should
interesting.
change my game into English as well when I cast with you. But interesting thing, I had some experience with Abbasid multi TC against Hospitaller,
Mm.
and once they mass this unit out, but mostly in this situation they have pilgrims on the field and the additional income by pilgrims. They are pretty hard to counter
Mhm.
if you go multi TC Abbasid. So I lost nearly all games against this mass melee infantry gameplay as Knights Templars against
Mhm.
me with echoing Abbasid. So could be interesting. I mean, Smitten Kitten could go for Camel Archers, but on ladder, once I met this strategy, it's always added in with archers. And then if there are mass archers, also Camel Archers won't work that pretty
Yeah.
that good, like you want to expect when you do it against the Burgrave Rush HRE as Abbasid or something like this.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is with the Knights Hospitallers, or in this case Hospitaller Knights. It's a little confusing that the age up is called differently. It's kind of like, it's a man at arm, but they also have the healing. And so yeah, you can just spam them and try to attack. And if your opponent counters with something like the camel archers, you just come with the knights, with the archers, and you heal up the archers with the hospitaller knights. And so it's kind of like, what do I focus now? Because no matter what I focus, they will just heal whatever is injured. It doesn't really matter to them. And so we see Smitten Kitten scrambling to go for as much stone as he possibly can. There's the town center. So sees the
And
Lord
it's
well aware of the... Okay, it gets cancelled. I was gonna say like, oh, it doesn't... Okay, nice visual glitch here. There is the second town center on this spot, so the stone and the woodlight should be kind of defended.
oh.
Um, but where? Okay, so the hospital knight is coming in. Should be. I don't know. It might take a couple hits, but shouldn't really be able to prevent it from going up. There's more villagers being pulled even. No, they're going on the wood line. Okay, never mind.
But it looks like Spinning Kitten will, because he's placing the TC next to the stone, he will go for one more than one
Yeah.
TC, and we see Villager go back to stone that might be a 3 TC play.
Oh, I love this so much. Okay, so in the background, we haven't really taken a look at that, but csthelord did go for the siege engineering. So he's still adding the hospitaller knights. He has a lot of gold as well as food, so he can have a constant production, two in queue, couple on the field, going for the battering ram and just burn it down. And Smitten Kitten doesn't have anything right now that he can put against. I mean, yeah, he can pull the villagers, but he then will lose a couple villagers. So should lose that town center, which also, by the way, did get a nice chunk of damage already by the scout. So a good play by csthelord so far, with really putting on the aggression here, and I do love the Knights Hospitaller as well as um, at least the second best option for feudal age Knights Templar besides the Kingdom of France. But
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know. I do
maybe.
like it. I like to play something different, you know, not like the oh everybody
Absolutely.
does it, and
Hmm.
definitely a strong option. And I do like I do like the units and the idea behind that. And first Ram is moving in. Let's see how Smitten Kitten is gonna respond to that.
Yeah, but uh, this is again. This won't be a successful push by csthelord. Not at all, because um, that's what I mentioned when we saw the game. Smitten Kitten as Japanese against Abbasid.
Hmm.
I would say CS the Lord feels the pressure. Oh shit, it's Abbasid, it's multi TC. I need to immediately do something. But we are below 8 minute mark, so he has something like 11, 10 military units on the field, eight close to the fight. Two rams invested into two rams. Both get or one get destroyed. Yeah, they cost only 150, but you don't have the army situation or the overall situation to push in successfully. What you are doing now is not a concrete push as CS Lot. You just a small push here, just a small push there, losing military here, losing military there. Okay, I killed 9 villagers. Villager count is pretty even. Maybe this will pay off. I'm not sure if it will pay off. Um, so if he would do the push now, the first push, if he would wait it a little bit more, just added a second or third Rex instead of throwing in a ram before without doing anything, he would maybe have 20 men-at-arms now with 2 rams, and 20 men-at-arms with 2 rams, and a push into the TC now will be definitely a kill.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean,
However, yeah,
no,
go
no,
ahead.
please continue.
However, now he's up to 5 rams with a forward proxy barracks or kind of proxy barracks. We have only 4 archers, 2 in queue, and archers are not the counterplay here you want to go for, because you already have 1 armor defense for those units CS Lord here has, and I'm not sure if Smitten Kitten will survive, or this TC won't survive, pretty sure, this push.
Yeah, that definitely should be the push that kills this town center. I mean, a nice play here, moving the villagers in and then popping out on the other side, right onto the rams, but that definitely is too little, too late. Sister Lord did get another villager kill, did lose at least one of the hospital knights though too now. But overall, he didn't lose a whole lot of knights here, and he can just heal them up again, which is super nice. This is a lot of destroyed value that he got here, and now he's popping them in as well, so which he should have done by from the beginning anyway, which
Yes.
would have saved a couple of villagers. But I mean, that's like nitpicking here. Overall, like even with the first push, that wasn't as successful as he was hoping for. It did kill a lot of villagers. It did create a lot of idle time. And it did delay the third town center. So overall, even that kind of not successful push did serve its purpose and gave him the time that he needed. If he switches back to gold now a little bit, he could go castle age even right now. And with the hospitaller knights, he can move in now, kill some more villagers. I don't think this town center will fall, but at the same time, there's not, yeah, okay, there's the villagers, so prefer back and forth here. But the knight's still standing and still doing damage, killing the archers. A lot of idle time. Look at the idle time here. 2/3 of Smitten
Yeah.
Kitten's equal is completely idled out right now. This is huge. This is like, it's not looking super successful, but at the same time, this town center is going down. Like, there's still one battering ram. There's another one that he could actually pull, as well as another barracks being constructed. So that town center should also fall down. 8 hospitaller knights still on the field.
I So yeah, okay, it will die in this situation, but in a... So this should be a push. If you scout the situation and react pretty nice. So if you scout which HRP is going and you scout instantly the Rex as Abbasid, I think you don't go 3 TC. I think you will go 2 TC and go for ranges at some units and stuff like this to protect, and later on add a third TC maybe or whatever. But it's crazy what we are seeing here now. Villager fight against villager fight in the north, and also still Rams get built or are set up in range of the TC, and the TC shots to the knights. One goes down. Oh, it's hilarious.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate here for csthelord. A little bit too far forward. StrimSnipeMe running out of wood in the meantime, so he couldn't really repair the town center. Now csthelord is going for round 3, trying to get the town center down. Should just focus the villagers. He's doing great. 20 villager kills already. A horseman on the field, but last time I checked, feudal age horseman does not counter feudal age men at arms. Is good against the battering ram though, so he should get... Oh, that's getting repaired by the villagers. Smart move here by csthelord. Should take a little bit of time to refocus, heal up the hospital knights here. Don't lose the scout. That's important for, you know, vision and all that. A spearman. I don't think that was on purpose, but we do have a couple spearmen being added here as well. Dark Age spearmen though.
Yeah. Okay, that's... Oh, he's reacting on the horseman because he's scared about the horseman, I would say.
Yeah,
I mean, what csthelord is doing pretty smart is repairing the rams. He did it also with 2 other rams before. But 46, even though they are fighting the whole time, 46 echo by Abbasid against 30 echo by Knight Templars. There are no pilgrims on the field. And military count, I mean, Smith and Kitten, I don't know why he's... have 1k food. What Smith and Kitten needs to do in this situation is just bring a shit ton out of units on wood, add 3 archery ranges, especially how csthelord is taking the fights, and pump out archers, fight in safetyness of the TC. He would mold down all those hospitality knights and win this fight because, or win this game over time because even though he has a lot of idle villager, he has an echo lead. Now csthelord did the transition on gold. He's aging up, and once he's hitting the age up, even though he has only 7 military on the field, when they have the when those are castle knights, castle men at arms, I would say Smith and Kitten will have a hard time to fight them with his small amount of archers he has on the field. Close to 9, 6 on the field, 3 in queue. So will be hard. And Smith and Kitten decided to add a TC again. I mean, sure, he thought, okay, I did some damage or get some damage, but at one point, I would say you should take a step back from booming and should invest into military.
Yeah, definitely, I was wrong. And also the thing is, he's completely blind. He doesn't have any scout, he doesn't have any vision besides his base. By the way, the woodline would be a good place to strike with a couple of, you know, either cavalry or with a couple of the hospital knights. So he is pretty hard stuck in his base, and as soon as he runs out of food here on the top side, and his woodline is exposed, he just has a couple of archers here. And I mean, admittedly, he does have quite a nice number of archers, but that doesn't counter anything except for the spearmen. And now we do have the veteran hospitaller knights with 4 ranged armor, doing quite well against town center and archer fire, especially since it's only feudal age. Basically doing 1 damage per hit. That's not a whole lot.
and also +2 range defense is coming in
Yep, it's
for
gonna be.
csthelord. So yeah, I think these hospitality night gameplay, it feels like it's anti-Abbasid meta or Abbasid counter meta, because not gonna lie, all games I realized in a matchup Abbasid versus Knights of Templar, and I think I know about 7 or 8. The Templars always went for hospitalaries and those early pressures. And we see csthelord is doing a good job according to pressure. I mean, sure, Echo situation is pretty bad. Maybe he had some idle time on his TC. I would expect he had some idle time on his TC. Because killing 28, being behind like this, even though there's a third TC, because the third TC, when he built the third TC just 2 minutes ago or something like this. However, csthelord is in a good situation, and this feels like the Abbasid counterplay as Knights Templar.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I think he should now transition into trebuchets actually, because that would just be a lot safer option to torch down or trebuchet down the town centers. Although it is creating a lot of idle time, and that also gives him the opportunity to kill the villagers. 42 villager kills over the course of this game. Again, 15 idle right now. So it doesn't look too bad for Knight's Hospitaller, even though he is, like csthelord is bleeding units all the time, but he is also doing a lot of damage, and he does have the map control. In the meantime, he probably could have already made his way into the middle pond, going to the, giving him access to the sacred sites, giving him access to the middle pond with all the food there. So there is probably some options where you could play this a little bit better, and I also do think that there has been some idle time, but eco numbers, look at that, 61 villager kills now. Eco is even, with the exception that there's 25 idle right now for Smitten Kitten, and he's, I think, is at the end of his rope. There's nothing he can do. He just has lost so many units. He doesn't have any unit, nothing Q. Had a little bit of resources left. This knight is doing a lot of work here. And he's dropping another keep, like, another town center. Wants you to at least, which, I'm sorry to break it to you, but that's not gonna win you the game. It's not gonna be any better here for you. 76 villager kills, and it keeps climbing and climbing. Oh my goodness. Wow, I mean, as you said, I think that really is the way to go against Abbasid. And with a few exceptions, I would say csthelord has played this really well. He didn't let off the pressure, even if it didn't work at first. He kept going. He kept playing the same strategy because he knew that the idea was not to win it in the first time. It was to
Yeah,
delay, hurt, destroy, distract, and all that. And he did that perfectly.
absolutely.
Wow. I mean, yeah, yeah, the fights were not really in his favor, but that was not the point. And did a great job. And yeah, I tell you, bottom bracket. It's I love these games. I love these games. And maybe you can see
Sometimes
why.
more, sometimes less. Let's say it this way.
Yeah. Oh, I had games where I'm like, I'm gonna quit this fucking game, but not this time. Not this one. This was fun. Very well played. By both players. I mean, Smitten Kitten held on really well. I think he doubled down too much on the third, fourth, fifth town center. Especially when he was like floating 1k resources, 1k food. He should have built some more units at that point, and maybe then he could have flipped it around. But overall, yeah, very very well
But
played.
absolutely, but I feel like I feel sometimes booming, so I don't feel very comfortable or confident with boomer civs, because once you manage to boom, to handle the macro and to find the timing where you pump out units, for me it feels kind of difficult. Is it fast imp HRE when you have a shit ton of wood and do the farm transition besides building units to defend your base because you are have a small kind of or only small military? Is it Abbasid when you have a small time of opportunities or small time frame to pump villagers, and then you're floating like 1k wood and you're saying, what happened? I just rallied to wood just for 2 minutes.
Mm.
Why I have 1k wood but no food for military?
Yeah.
Booming to me feels harder than it might seems to, especially when my opponent is not booming, doing like one TC all in and preparing to all in.
Yeah.
Timings are there are some timings they are hard to fit, I feel like.
Hmm. Yeah, I would agree. I think finding a balance there with the eco can be rough, especially if your opponent is pushing in. Um, but at the same time, I mean, it is in a way, it is a risk play, and if it pays off, you will likely win the game. I would say, against an all-in, fuel all-in play. It's just more difficult to pull it off, and so that's why we see a lot of aggressive games because overall it is like easier to just be aggressive and push into your opponent's base, and keeping in there, and then you can do like anything around that. Um, but yeah, so if we're looking at the brackets, top bracket is already starting the draft for the finals. So the semifinals have already concluded, and the middle bracket is in the semifinals. And with that, I would say we go into a short break, and we would have Liquid on after the break. So yeah, I mean, we've been going for 3 hours now. So Alexis, it's been a blast to cast with you. It's been a lot of fun. Also to pick your brains because you're the better player. So it was nice to bounce some ideas off and hear either like an improvement or a validation from you. So thanks for being here. Um, and yeah, any final words before we hit the break?
Fun to cast with you the group stage. I will watch the finals as well. Hopefully we find some time to do it again. Was some really nice and entertaining games we watched here today. Hopefully all the people who were following the stream get entertained as well. And yeah, enjoy the break, enjoy the games after the break, enjoy the finals. Peace out, guys.
Yep. And there we are back. Welcome back, folks. With me for the finals, Liquid. Great to have you with me.
Yeah, happy to be here. Always enjoy casting, especially right now. Kind of an exciting time. The expansion just came out, so players are still figuring out the meta, still figuring out how they should play the two new civs. So, casting gives me a great view of, the decisions players are making, right? We have God vision, we can see everything. So I really kind of enjoy it, especially a time like right now where, everything's kind of scrambled. Is Pro Scouts good? Is Pro Scouts not good? Is it situational? Is House of Lancaster overpowered, or are they just kind of mid? And we don't really know the answers to that yet, but hopefully we can get a little bit closer with today's games.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the patch has been what, like 11 days old now, I think, or what was it, 12? Like I think like 11 days, like 11 days ago, we did have the 2v2 War of the Broses show match. And so it's probably like 12 days since, yeah, 12 days since the patch. So yeah, not even 2 weeks, still fairly new. We did have like one hot fix already for House of Lancaster to have some well-deserved nerfs. But yeah, definitely still working on the patch, and we did see a little bit of pro scouting this so far this tournament, but not a whole lot. So this definitely has changed the meta already as it was expected.
Yeah, I think some civs will still be able to pro scout. I think some civs won't be able to pro scout. It's also going to be situational, map dependent. It's going to be matchup dependent, right? Like French has a little bit of an advantage to pro scout, but they might not pro scout in like a mirror anymore like they used to. And again, everything is just murky. We're all just figuring this out.
Yeah.
So it's going to take some time. Excited to kind of go right into the finals. Aixx is somebody I recently ran into in a game. We actually played on Relic River, no less. So exciting to kind of get to see him play. He's a really good player, sort of like that Conquer 1, Conquer 2 border type player. Definitely a tough customer for sure.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm especially glad to have him back. He's currently Diamond 3. I'm really glad to have him back. He hasn't played in Rising Empires tournaments for a pretty much a year now. And so I'm really happy to have him back. And he did make it to the finals already. And his opponent, contestant, whatever, is Schnippe, which I believe it's his first time playing in the tournament. He's also German, if I'm not completely mistaken, so we're gonna have a German top bracket finals fairly shortly. They are in lobby right now. I know that they're gonna play on Dry Arabia first, so a map that we haven't seen today. They're doing the draft right now.
Do we have access to it?
We do have access to that. Yes, let me see. I can put that on.
I kind of want to see what civs are getting banned, what civs are getting picked. I don't expect to see a lot of House of Lancaster, but I also think it's so hard to tell right now. Dry Arabia, you can pretty much play anything. It is, as you said earlier in your cast, one of the best maps available. I love Dry Arabia. It's just even throughout. There's nothing special about it. It's very vanilla, but that in and of itself is always fun to play on.
Yeah, I mean, what I like about it is that it is very balanced for every civ. Like, there's not really a super bad or super busted matchup. And so yeah, you can play whatever on it, and it should work fairly balanced for each matchup. We have the draft on screen, so Aixx got away with Delhi. Order of the Dragon, Holy Roman Empire, so both German civilizations and the English. And Schnippe got the Ayyubids, House of Lancaster, Malians, and Rus. So both players banned the Knights Templar. At least
Not surprising, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think in a way, Knights Templar feel even a little bit stronger than the House of Lancaster, just because they're more flexible in what they're gonna do. We've seen quite a few different strategies with them. We haven't seen the fast 2TC play yet. I would expect if it would go through that we would see it in top bracket. But Ruse did go through, so since the Pro Scout nerf, Ruse is on the table again, I would say. Not the standard, I have to ban that shit anymore. Juicy not even banned or picked, so very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, so the heavy Pro Scout civs, Zushi, China, players have to go back to the drawing board. A civ like China, though, when they go back to the drawing board, there's old builds that are still relevant today that they can use. But Zushi, for the most part, thrived on that Pro Scout meta, and it was really kind of boosted the civ up a lot. So not surprised to, not see anyone playing Zushi, because again, you gotta figure out how to play that civ basically from scratch again.
Yeah.
Knights Templar at the moment kind of feel a bit on the strong side. I know there's a lot made of the unique age up of the civilization, where it's sort of like a town center upgrade, if you will. So you're not getting villagers and you're technically behind in economy count, but the pilgrim mechanic really kind of makes up for that. But the age up timing of Knights Templar gives them a tremendous amount of tempo.
Yep.
I will say one thing about the Civ. I am convinced that the devs designed this Civ to basically make casters' lives hard. Try pronouncing half of the things in the Civ, and hope you get them right.
Don't
it's
worry.
just a who's who of uniqueness is what it is.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, you know what? I had 7 years of French in school, so I'll be fine. And okay, so.
I did not. I will not be fine. Send help, please.
Yeah. But okay. I mean, Knights Templar is banned anyway, and House of Lancaster. Yeah, should be. I'm not sure about Hobolars, how they are pronounced, but we might see them. Before we go into the match, so we can observe. We hit the observe button right about now. But before we do that, what do you think are the players gonna play on this map? Do we have any guess?
So it's Dry-Arabia.
Yeah.
You can pick anything. So looking at Aixx, I'm honestly thinking he's gonna go Delhi. That was his first pick, and I feel like he's gonna use that civ. It's still a really powerful civ. It also can pro scout, because pro scouting is free. I'm predicting a Delhi Malians.
Well, you got 50% right.
Okay. All right. Well, that's something.
That is something.
Ooh, Delhi House of Lancaster. Okay. Now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking. Yeah. So it is interesting because if we think about House of Lancaster being kind of like English and Delhi, usually doing very fine against English, it could be that Aixx already is ahead just by means of the civilizations. I don't know if it will play out the same, so we're gonna see that. So Schnippe, making his debut, some sort of, in the Rising Empires tournaments with the House of Lancasters in Sion on the left side of Dry-Arabia against Aixx with the yellow Delhi Sultanate. Opening with a house, and then the mill will have a mosque fairly soon, as he has the the wood for that. There it is. So classic Delhi opener. I just played a little bit Delhi recently with the mosque, and then just all on berries, which makes sense as the Delhi. And then going on gold. So yeah, very standard open, nothing too crazy. I mean, I don't think you can do a whole lot of crazy things with Delhi in the Dark Age. And House of Lancaster is gonna be interesting to see how they are gonna play that. They killed like pretty much every sheep.
Yeah. So I have a little bit of a theory. I think House of Lancaster is not currently overpowered. I think they're just sort of mid-civ at the moment that players just need to figure out. They have some tremendous highs, they have some really strong power spikes, but they also have some voids in their game as well. Like, the civ feels like it's a... How how do I want to describe this? It's good at everything, but it's the master of none.
Yeah.
Right? It does everything well, but it doesn't do any one thing really well. But again, we're going to kind of see. Schnippe is going to give us a good taste of the civilization right now. So kind of looking at these spawns, this deli spawn is really good. You've got triple back berries. The deer are a little far away, but kind of looking at the mill here, he's got survival techniques already queued up. Makes me think that he's going to drop down a second mill once he gets to feudal and just go straight for the pro scouts and start pro scouting. We have our first landmark coming up too. House of Lancaster is going with the Lancaster Castle. This is what I've been seeing everywhere. It's a little bit of a defensive landmark, and he's kind of moving it to protect the golds and possibly to push in the deer.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's also, I mean, the positioning is very interesting. Usually you see it kind of close to your town center, but this one almost secures the 2 gold outcroppings plus the gold vein here. And as you mentioned, you just push in the deer a little bit and then you already can build a mill here. And that's all very, very safe stuff. I think I've only seen the Lancaster Castle, and I do think, I agree with you by the way, that I don't think that House of Lancaster currently is overpowered. And it has like this noob trap where you're like, oh, I want to go for all the manors as quickly as possible, and I don't know why I lost the game now. So you kind of have to, you know, choose and carefully decide how you're gonna tackle that, because yeah, you can, master of none basically. You can do a whole lot of things, but you have to pick your path basically. And I don't think that the Abbey of Kings currently is in a good position, because the Earls of Lancaster, they don't heal themselves, so they're not as useful as the King of the English. They're not as fast and mobile, and so it's like, I don't know, like, why would you go for that? You can't really use it for raiding. I guess you can use it defensively as well, but like then the Lancaster Castle still feels better. So I think they need to rework that a little bit. I'm not too happy about the Abbey of Kings. And maybe it will be the Abbey of Memes once again, you know, like the English Abbey of Memes has been for like a year before they changed it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new civ, so the devs have to kind of get to work on it. The timing from Schnippe is really good here. He gets up to feudal age, he's got his first manor kind of going down. I expect to see 3 manors, and then the real question, from what I've seen of House of Lancaster, and I've played it a bunch on the ladder, against it, mind you, is whether you go up to 6 manors, play a little greedy. I think in the Delhi Sultanate matchup, that's not wise. Or you start putting down production buildings, play a little feudal, or do you go straight to Castle Age and maybe summon some Demi-Lancers and some Yeomans, and kind of have that really good comp in Castle Age just virtually instantaneously. Again, they do cost resources, so it's not going to come as quick as you might think, but you know, those are all the options for how I've seen House of Lancaster played. And it just, the options for Lancaster right now feel a little scary. Going fast castle into Delhi doesn't sound like a great idea. You're giving them the sacred sites.
Yeah.
You kind of have to play a little bit of feudal with Delhi.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I do agree that 6 manors might be a little bit greedy, and then Delhi just runs away with the game. And then it's a situation where, like, cool, I got my 6 or 9 manors down, but Delhi has 3 sacred sites. Delhi is Castle Age. Delhi has 4 elephants on the field already. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? Because my Demi-Lancers, they won't do too good against war elephants. And my yeomans might not even do too good against the elephants. And, you know, then, yeah, it's the snowballs from there, but not in your favor. And so that's why I mean, like, you need to pick your path and be very careful, like, what can I get away with? In a sense, it's kind of like with Abbasid, oh, do I go for 3 town centers or should I go for 2? Because, yeah, of course you can go for 5 town centers, but then you die. If you don't do anything in between.
Yeah, so looks like Schnippe is deciding he's going to play some feudal. You have a barracks and an archery range coming down, so we're going to get a classic archer spearman comp. I guess that's going to be used to sort of delay some of these sacred sites. And I know we're spending a lot of time on House of Lancaster, but it's the new Civ, right? You know, Delhi's a little kind of, we've seen it, we know what it likes to do, we know how it plays, so kind of want to focus on the new stuff here, but kind of popping my nose over at Delhi. It looks like I was a little bit wrong. It's still only 1 mil. He's going to go survival techniques right into professional scouts, so it is coming at 1 point. We have a Ghazi Raider and a scout moving over. They're going to find the wall, but maybe they'll catch the villager building it, and they will. They see the villager.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good catch here on the left side. So Aixx is just hovering around with the Ghazi Raiders, doing Ghazi Raider stuff. That should be a dead villager, trying to build the wall, but not finishing it. And so the walls kind of signal to me that he actually would love to go for more manors, but at the same time he did pull off stone. So yeah, definitely is going for 3 at the moment, not even going for 6. And just wants to be defensively and safe here. Blacksmith's coming up here as well, so he does have quite a nice army here. Should be able to force Aixx back again. Meanwhile, we do have the first sacred site already in Delhi possession. Could move on to the next ones. Doesn't have too many scholars, by the way. Only 4 scholars after 8.5 minutes with the Dome of the Faith. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you would usually have more than that already. I'm not 100% sure. Again, like I just got back into Delhi a little bit more, tried my hand of Dome of the Faith, because I will say it. Every time I do prefer the Tower of Victory, but I did try the Dome of the Faith just to see how it plays out differently. And I usually had more than 4 scholars on the field after 9 minutes.
2 Ghazi Raiders dive underneath the Lancaster castle and the manors to pick a villager, and they run away. And this is what's so good about Delhi. If you don't kill the unit, these guys are going to run back to that scholar that's on the sacred site and get healed up. But to answer your question from before, yeah, I do think Delhi should have a few more scholars. Looks like Aixx has sort of prioritized a feudal military over more scholars, which nothing wrong with that. I'm trying to still figure out if he wants to go Castle Age or if he wants to feudal all in here. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. He went double blacksmith, which basically says, hey, I want to get siege engineering as fast as possible. I want to get rams down, and I really want to delay this House of Lancaster sort of manor boom if possible. Schnippe, though, on the other side, has a lot of military, especially from like Lancaster. You don't normally see it this early. So he's going to contest these sacred sites, and Aixx has to kind of back off, and these yeoman speed just going to be able to pick that scholar off because they move a lot faster than a base archer.
Yep. Yeah, so that was a good pick off. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of military units for sure. You don't see that often, but I think it's the right call, and the composition is super tough to deal with. Aixx has a lot of archers on the field already, so he could, in theory, snipe them fairly quickly. But it's still difficult to do that when you have so many yeomen behind. The good thing is they're not Castle Age, and so they will not have their super annoying synchronized shot ability. At least not yet.
Yeah. Looks like Aixx is going to go up to Castle Age. He's going to have a really nice Castle Age timing here, and Schnippe is continuing to invest in military. Ghazi Raiders wheeling around the west side to the wall, going to attempt to put some pressure on Schnippe in hopes that he pulls his military back, because that's a impressive force that Schnippe has. Decaps the sacred site, but he is pulling back to respawn, which is exactly what Aixx wants, as he's trying to go up to Castle Age. He's got 2 sacred sites. He's going to go up to Castle Age. Ooh, we have a Hobilar here, which is definitely an interesting take on the horsemen. Have you used them, seen them in action yet?
only when I played around a little bit. The few games that I had against Lancaster, I never saw them, or at least it didn't register with me. So I feel like they're very unnoticeable in a way. You know, it's kind of like, yeah, it's a weak horseman, like nobody cares about them. It's basically if they put a villager on a horse, like it doesn't feel stronger than that actually. And so especially in, you know, compared to the Ghazi Raiders. So I don't know if there's a use for that. I mean, obviously against the archers, but then again, you have this meat shield in front of you. It's kind of tough to go on top of the archers. We should see a good engagement here. Scout should go down. Okay. Aixx doesn't want to fight.
Pull back.
Yeah, he needs to pull back. He doesn't want to fight right now, just because they just came in. Upgrades are gonna be clicked relatively soon, but this is a bad position to be caught in. Two more scholars getting killed, a couple archers losing their life, and now he's just on the retreat. This is not where he wanted to be.
No, and I think Aixx might be a little surprised right now. Wasn't really expecting this out of Lancaster. Lancaster seemed to have been played one-dimensionally. Couple Ghazi Raiders on the backside there. Spearmen quickly picked them off, and it looks like Aixx might be in a little bit of trouble. But if he can buy some time, he'll be perfectly fine. That's all he needs right now is 2 minutes. Get some men-at-arms out, be able to tank a little bit. Get some veterancy upgrades in.
Yeah, it's mainly he needs to buy the time. He does have lancers, there's one. He could go for some more. There's a tower elephant. There you go. That should do a lot of work here. And meanwhile, Schnippe is doubling down on the feudal play here. He is way far away from Castle Age. And it's just, yeah, now going onto the production. So Aixx needs to respond here. That is not something where you wanna, yeah, let your opponent free reign. Also is currently busy, so not clicking on all the upgrades as you usually would see, which is understandable. Like, there's priorities, and this right now is the main priority. You need to respond to that first, and then you can still get the upgrades if you have like you've lost like half a minute. That's not the end of the world.
All of a sudden, this fight starts going a little in Aixx's favor. A lot of the spearmen are dead. There's only 4 left on the field, and none of them are here. These yeomen are going to get cleaned up by these lancers.
Yeah, I mean
they'll be able to kite for a little bit, but that's it.
They can kite. They're all kind of fast on their feet, and they do okay-ish damage. But yeah, now it's still the Lancer, and they don't do anything against them. So Ghazi Raider was a different story. Feudal Age Ghazi Raider, they don't care that much about them in higher numbers, but with the Lancer and then also with the man-at-arms behind, yeah, you kind of need to run. So he will get out alive. But meanwhile, so this is the time that Aixx needed. The clock is ticking. 8 minutes for Sacred Victory. He did stabilize in terms of army value. He is ahead already again. In terms of villagers, he didn't lose a whole lot. So he killed more than he lost, basically. So he's fine in terms of economy. And should be even able to keep up the aggression and the pressure here, even though it's still feudal age archers, but that should be solved fairly quickly. 1 minute and 40, okay, not that quickly.
And this is, I want to point out, this is one of the vulnerabilities I noticed. Got a nice little lancer raid on the top side, hitting those villagers. The vulnerabilities of House of Lancaster is exactly what you're seeing here right now. See all those grains growing around the TC? That is extremely painful. Despite the fact that manors give them passive food income, it's a very food-hungry civ, and unlike their English counterpart, they don't have a cheap, easy farm transition.
Yeah.
And food really hinders the civ.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the differences. You don't have the cheaper and better farms. You don't have the enclosures later on in Imperial Age as well. I mean, you do get the gold income from the manor, so that kind of makes up for it. But that is limited. If you're doing a farm transition, you can basically have unlimited gold for the English, because you're just limited by the number of farms that you can build, but you only can have 9 manors maximum, which also costs you a lot of gold to get to that point even. And so yeah, there are some weak points to the civilization, so it definitely is strong, but there are some weak points, and so that's why I also agree that it's not overpowered right now. And we do see that Aixx is doing fairly well against them. Now putting down some rams, so is trying to. Well, I mean, he only has like 2 different points that he needs to attack. We do have the King's College coming up as well, so no White Tower could have been an option here. But instead, we're gonna see the King's College. What is the vision anyway? Okay, now he sees about the Rams, and maybe now he would love to have the White Tower instead, but alas, here we are. So 5 Rams coming in here, going onto the Lancaster Castle.
The King's College is the better of the 2 landmarks. We might get Muster the Nobles coming relatively soon, hopefully before the Lancaster Castle goes down. That will be a huge boost to Schnippe here. But Aixx is pushing in. I don't think Schnippe has enough here. It's 21 to 55, and he doesn't have a counter for these men-at-arms.
Yeah,
Quickly gonna try to get crossbows, I think, out.
Good, but he didn't have the resources to go for the Muster the Nobles. He doesn't have a counter to really counter to the archers. But I would say more importantly, I mean 2 men at arms, but more importantly, he doesn't have a counter to the tower elephant. I mean, how do you deal with that beast? Plus, it also deals quite a nice amount of siege damage even, so you can go toe to toe with the town center, and the rams are still standing here, and yeah, that's why. Oh, sorry. That's why Schnippe needs to tap out. Couldn't hold against that Delhi aggression, and also the sacred site's in the back. I believe it was like 5 minutes, and then it would have been over anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Ajax definitely played that right, but I was alluding to it a little bit at the beginning of this game that House of Lancaster is sort of a tempo civ. They have some sharp timings that if they hit them, they can absolutely punish you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if they miss those windows, they themselves get punished. And I think it just kind of was just one of those awkward situations where the timing that Ajax used with Delhi really just kind of hit Schnippen just before any of those sharp House of Lancaster timings could be hit.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is with the castle age that Schnippe went for, he didn't have the upgrades yet. So Delhi, I believe, already had most of their castle age upgrades. I mean, they were in castle age for 5+ minutes. Schnippe just reached castle age, and then the game was already over. So definitely a tough position to be in. And I think one of the things that needs to be figured out in the future, how to play House of Lancaster. Because again, to my experience, the easiest games I had against House of Lancaster was when I just went to a fast castle and then just try to crush them from there. And as long as they don't have the passive gold income from the manors, they're pretty dependent on the map. And if they don't have the map control because they did nothing in the first 10 to 15 minutes besides sitting in their base, uh, yeah, tough luck going out on the map then.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying a little bit earlier. Is it's sort of a hybrid civ between a turtle civ and a boom civ, right? It's not really a turtle civ, it's not really a boom civ, but it's somewhere in between. And as a result, you need to figure out how you need to play every matchup because you have to play the civ different against Mongols, you have to play the civ different against Delhi, against Ayyubids, against Malians, right? You're gonna have to have different build orders. So I think the civ is, again, we're still trying to figure out the civ, but I think the civ in general, um, kind of hard to play. I've read a lot of Reddit. It's like, oh, it's the easiest civ to play. Sure, maybe at a mechanical level, but
Yeah.
when you dive into the theory of the game, it's definitely tough.
Yeah, from a mechanical standpoint, definitely one of the easiest civs for sure. But as I said, from a strategic standpoint, I think there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be figured out. And um, again, like from a passive income kind of standpoint, Malians are better. Delhi, if you go for the Hisa Academy, it's better. So it's not like, oh, it's this one super broken civ. I can't do anything against it. It gets so much free food. Yes, it gets a lot of free food, but at the same time, it also invests into that and needs to sacrifice other aspects. And if you play around that, you can definitely make it work. And Aixx just showed us. So a good first game. They already drafted and are in game for the second one. So what do you say we hop right back into it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it is gonna be, I mean, obviously a different matchup this time. It is gonna be English against Ayyubids on Relic River.
Ooh, Aixx just kind of. I mean, Ayyubids is a tough civ to play
Hmm.
as and against, but if there's one civ that kind of does really well against them, I feel like it's the English. They have just all the tools to really kind of mess Ayyubids up.
Yeah, I mean, English is a strong civ. And I mean, talking about, mechanically easy to play civs, English is definitely right up there. Um, and also can punish fast castle play fairly easily. So the thing is with Ayyubids, I would say, why the fast castle works so well, and it's similar, I guess, like the Byzantines with the oil and the mercenaries. You go for the military wing, you get the desert raiders, and then you have military, but you can still just go for the fast castle without changing anything. You don't need to build extra military buildings and shift your macro and all that. And you can still go for a relatively safely fast castle. But against longbows, the desert raiders suck.
I don't want to say that they suck, but the longbows absolutely shred desert raiders if you if you don't outmaneuver the longbows, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about a cav unit that moves at 162 versus literally like the slowest archer in the game at 112. But if you think about what like Ayyubids can do in this matchup, military wing doesn't feel good. Eco wing, you generally want to save that for
Later.
Castle Age.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's just going to be a culture wing fast castle, and you're going to hope that English doesn't open Council Hall.
Yeah, pretty much. And so yeah, you kind of need to scout that, and if your opponent goes for council hall, you might have to change your game plan. That's definitely true. With the king, I guess you can still kind of play the same way, and you can kind of counter the king a little bit with the desert raiders. So, which speaking of that, I don't think we're gonna see the council or the Abbey of Kings, in this matchup. I would definitely expect the council hall, even though the Abbey of Kings would be my preferred landmark. Just for the fact that you get a unit that you otherwise cannot have access to. But in this kind of matchup, depending on what you're going for, I would say the Council Hall should be. Okay, never mind. There's the Abbey of Kings. Why am I even talking?
Okay.
And it's gonna be a 2-town. Okay, Abbey of Kings into 2 towns of the English. So a little bit different than I expected. But at the same time, not. I mean, think about it, not really that surprising, is it? I mean, 2 town center.
Oh, we might have a sheep donation.
No. Oh no, that was super close. Okay. Wow, that was close.
Almost. That would have been bad.
Been
so not only was Schnippe breathing a sigh of relief from keeping all of his sheep and not donating them, but he sees the Abbey of Kings. He knows it's King 2 TC.
Yeah.
This is the one build I did not want to see from English, especially on this map, and here's why. Ayyubids going Eco Wing, so they're going to get +3 villagers. No, he switched it. He's going Culture Wing. So logistics, which is fine. I think he originally clicked Eco Wing and then switched it, and I missed that. But Ayyubids can fast castle, then they can collect all 5 relics, put down a second TC, and be on level playing ground against English's early 2 TC at that point in time, except they'll be an age ahead.
Yeah.
So you're kind of doing them a favor. And this map, I don't know if you've noticed, the gold. Gold is a little bit far away from the TC.
Yeah.
English longbows this far out could really make a nightmare for Ayyubids, but you know what? Schnippe, he's got some time. That second TC is going to come down. He's got his tower coming up, so he'll be able to garrison his villagers. And he'll make a couple Desert Raiders and then go straight to Castle Age. 5 relics, probably put down his own second TC and kind of be happy.
Mm? Yeah, I think it's gonna play out, or at least could and should play out pretty much as you explained. Um, and in a way, yeah, as you said, he's doing Aixx is doing Schnippe a favor with the kind of build order that he's going for. I mean, obviously, his 2 town center English is not bad. But Ayyubid, if played correctly, can basically do the same, but a little bit better. And so I don't know. We're gonna see. I mean, Aixx won the first one. Maybe he feels a little bit, chill and relaxed going into this best of 3. So he is ahead 1 point. Maybe that's why he's like, I don't need to risk it that much. I just play the safe way, Abbey of Kings into 2 town centers, and then I go from there. I don't know. Maybe that's his reasoning.
Yeah, the only thing is he's going to find himself in that position where he's got maybe 8 extra villagers than his opponent, but his opponent has 5 relics.
Yeah.
And with a couple Desert Raiders, I do think that Schnippe can make Aixx's life a little bit difficult before that white tower gets down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the second town center, so he will be back on gold after that one, which he desperately needs. He doesn't have any gold right now, just to have a little bit of a faster 2 town center play. And I do wonder, so Aixx, as I said earlier, he didn't play in one of our tournaments for like a year or so, pretty much a year. And so I don't know if he has been away from the game for a little bit as well, how much he has kept up with the new matters. I mean, obviously he's a great player, I'm not denying that. It's just saying maybe he was just playing like one of the build orders that he used to play and not really thought too much about that it could actually play into the cards of Ayyubids.
Yeah, I mean, my experience with Aixx is he plays aggressive, so his King 2 TC build order is a little surprising, so maybe you have a point here. King charging in, connects, just a quick garrison, and you can see the dervishes that are just there. They're just going to heal up, and the king has no choice but to kind of run away. Schnippe knows that the king can't kill a dervish because they both heal each other.
Yeah.
So he's usually more of an aggressive player, but yeah, maybe he just kind of feels comfortable with this build order. Or maybe he's played this matchup a couple times and he's like, I know some timings, I'll be okay.
Yeah, and I mean, more often than not, I find myself in a situation that I realize that those players know more than I do, and they know something that I don't, and maybe there's a reason. Like, I've seen matchups where I was certain that it would go a certain way, and then it didn't. And so it's definitely an open game so far. There's nothing been decided yet. Other than the fact that we do see exactly what you explained, we see the growth wing, so there's gonna be a couple more villagers coming out. Also, the Orcards will provide a little bit more food, so that will also play into Ayyubid's cards, having to do an even later farm transition. Nothing on stone right now, so not an immediate second town center, but I kind of do think that he will go for that eventually.
Yeah, he's going to get some camel lancers down, but he's getting 8 villagers out of the growth wing, so he's just going to be in front of Aixx in terms of total villagers at the age up, probably by like 1, maybe 1.5. But he'll have 2 relics in his possession, and he'll be bringing them back.
Yeah, and then also, I mean, right now, there's nothing Aixx can do against that. Like, if he would be camping 5 spearmen here, that would be a different story, but right now he only has the king and 1 scout. The dervish can just pick up the relic and run away, and while he's running away, he will laugh because he'll heal up all the time anyway. Meanwhile, Scout might lose their life. King a little bit faster than regular Knight, so actually should be able to catch up to the Knight here.
Yeah, and look at that. On age up, they're equal in villager counts. Schnippe is now in Castle Age. Aixx probably needs another 2 minutes to have enough, 1.5 minutes to have enough resources to put the White Tower down. By that time, Schnippe should have some Camel Lancers there, making Aixx's life kind of miserable, and should have most of the relics. And we do have the stable and archery range coming down. So I wonder if Schnippe can catch the White Tower going up with Camel Lancers. That would be devastating.
That would be an instant game ender, for sure. And yeah, we do have a couple villages on stone, so this definitely looks like Schnippe is preparing for the second town center. Look at that villager. That usually would have
He's
been
getting
dead.
healed though.
Yeah, he would have died in a regular, situation. But the dervish doing a lot of heavy lifting here, just healing it up. And there's the camel lancer. So we do have a couple camel lancers on the field, a couple archers as well being added. Where's the white tower? There it is. Okay, so very nicely done here. The trifecta of death. Securing the farms as well. So overall, there's not really anything you can, scoff at in terms of how Aixx is playing this. I just don't know if it is a winning strategy against Ayyubids.
Yeah, and look, Schnippe has enough stone for the second town center. He is just going to collect the wood. He's going to put down his own second TC, and he's going to kind of, I don't want to say be ahead of English, but sort of ahead of English, in the sense that he'll just have 5 relics, and English will have none.
Yeah, he has all the relics right now. He's carrying 2 more. He has the 3 already here close to his base. There's no way in hell how Aixx is gonna grab them from him. And so it's basically kind of like you're trading a faster town center play against the relics, but Schnippe didn't lose anything. Like as you said, I mean, resource-wise, they're the same. There's a little bit of a gap here in terms of villagers, but that doesn't matter too much if you're having 5 relics. So, plus, not to mention, you could also get the sacred site. So, definitely a strong position for Schnippe.
Yeah, and Aixx has to catch up in military count, right? Aixx has a king, he's getting some crossbows and spear, which is a great comp. It's a little slow. He's now starting to kind of wall up and attempt to zone some of these camel lancers, but those villagers on the wrong side of the gate, Schnippe might find out. Oh, they just get through the gate.
So close, yeah.
Just in time.
Just in time.
But Schnippe, perfectly fine. He's going to go cap some sacred sites. And now he knows Aixx's comp, and he can work to counter it, which is just, in this case, add in base bows.
Yeah. And again, as long as he doesn't lose any units, kind of like with the Delhi Scholars, he'll be fine. He just needs to take this one Lancer away a little bit. Where's it? There's the Dervish, so he can, like, once this is done here in a couple seconds, you can just pull it down here and heal up the Camel Lancer, and didn't lose any value here.
Yep, relics starting to get deposited in the mosque, second town center on its way up, and when all is said and done, I actually think that Schnippe and Aixx, economically speaking, will be pretty even. Except Schnippe is going to be in a little bit of a better position if this game goes Imperial than Aixx will be.
Yeah. I mean, Imperial does give English access to, the enclosures, so that is very, very nice. But even that, I mean, I'll still take the 5 relics over that. Not to mention the 2 sacred sites, the third one being captured right now. I mean, obviously you can decapture them, but you need to, divert your attention towards there. And it's just like one more point where Schnippe can distract his opponent and force him to react to that. Speaking of reacting, That could have been prevented, unfortunately, for Schnippe losing one of the dervishes. But his army is looking
It's fine.
nice.
He's got a mosque. He can make a couple more. I'm curious to see if we're going to get the English men-at-arms spam. I know you don't make men-at-arms into knights, aka these camel lancers, but English men-at-arms are a little bit of a different tale when it comes to that, especially when you put crossbows behind them. Because all you really want is to serve as, you know, a tank option for you, and English men-at-arms do that, and let your crossbows kind of be your DPS unit.
Yeah, English men-at-arms do that better than most units, actually, so that definitely would be an option. We do have one man-at-arm, one other one in queue. I don't think that's the that's the end of it. Two barracks right now, two archery ranges, no stables, so Aixx not looking for cavalry right now. The knights that he did produce were from the White Tower.
Oh, we had a nice little raid on the berries of Schnippe, and if another caster was here, he'd be yelling, "Pathing, pathing, pathing," as we saw the king just get stuck on a berry bush.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate, and it would have cost this one villager here the life. But I missed that, unfortunately, so we cannot maul too much about pathing here together. But yeah, pathing sometimes can be a bit. That's for sure.
Frustrating.
Yeah, you could say.
So, Aixx now adding in Springholds, which is a little bit of a curious decision, as Springholds aren't going to do much against Camel Lancers. They'll be okay against the backline of archers, but it's kind of got to get there, and this season, Springholds got a little bit of a change. They do less base damage and do more bonus damage to melee infantry.
Yeah.
So I think Mancanel might have been the better option here, but both players for getting key veterancy upgrades. You've got Feudal Age Spearmen versus Feudal Age Archers.
Well, I mean, they're keeping a fair balance, that's for sure. So
Yep.
But yeah, speaking about that, now the camel lancers are on top of the crossbows, which they do counter them, but at the same time they also die fairly easily because they also only have 80 health, even in Castle Age. So that is a bad fight for Aixx. Needs to, I mean, he basically loses all the crossbows here, which is very, very painful. And Schnippe is still in a very strong position with the army. Didn't really lose a whole lot here. And yeah, now Aixx will have the defender's advantage. That's at least something, but defender's advantage also only works if you're having units. And
that's a white tower right there. It is so oppressive. Would like to see Schnippe just do a run by because you just wiped Aixx's army. You're gonna find some soft farm eco in the back there. You're gonna find some soft wood lines. Definitely would have been a good thing if you did a run by, but he pulled back, buys Aixx some time to remass.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you're looking at the health bars of the Camel Lancers, most of them are basically dead. So I think if he would have done a run by, yeah, sure, he could have found a couple villager kills, but not in a way that it really would have hurt Aixx. And at the same time, you would have lost like 10 Camel Lancers. And so I do think
that is a fair point.
I think it was fine to pull them back at this time and not run them into the White Tower unnecessarily. Also, overextending sometimes can cost you the game, and so Schnippe doesn't want to do that because also, again, he's 1 point behind. So if he overextends one bad fight, he loses the game. He's out, and so obviously he wants to win this one and the next one. So needs to be careful here. Where's the switch that one here. Where's the dervishes?
The dervishes, well, one was lost. The other dervish, somewhere. I am not sure, but Aixx is doing what I found so annoying. Oh, he's down by the deer pack, just south of the deer pack. Aixx is a player. Ooh, king gets sniped right there, though. Usually he's a little bit better at that, but he attacks from multiple angles. He taxes your APM very well. He's got that one knight just kind of burning the palisades wall there. Camel Lancers are going to dive top of him, and down he goes.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Aixx is taking control of the bottom sacred side as well as the 8,000 gold vein with a keep drop. It will go up fairly slowly with 6 villagers, but as long as it's undetected, which it should stay undetected, that doesn't really matter that it takes so long. And so he actually could run some of the monks of his own. Oh, he doesn't. Okay, he doesn't have a monastery, so he doesn't have access to monks right now. So I think Aixx for now completely forfeited the relic / sacred side game. He's just focusing on his eco, which is looking good. I mean, it is comparable. So as he said, they're like both players in terms of eco. It's pretty dang even, and it really comes down to who takes the better fights. Ayyubids having the more mobile army with the Camel Lancers, but English overall should counter them a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, both players are largely done with their farm transitions. You can see Schnippe sort of still working on his a tiny bit, but has a lot of farms up himself. He's got 24 farms. English, they have a lot more farms, but their farms are a lot cheaper. So you can see both players just say, hey, we're going to take this to Imperial, or we're going to continue duking out in Castle. Aixx looks like he wants to fight it out in Castle here, sees a little bit of a window. Pushing in with a bigger army. Schnippe redeploying to kind of try to counter this, and this is a scary push from Aixx. He's got Springles, he's got Mangonels, he's Spear Crossbow, he has all his veterancy and blacksmith upgrades for the most part, and Schnippe is going to Imperial Age. He might have just gotten caught playing a little too greedy.
Yeah, but at the same time he did get on top of the siege, so the Mangonels didn't really do anything. Spearmen are super good against the Lancers, the Camel Lancers, but still a healthy amount of archers still standing, so the archers from the Ayyubids doing extremely well against the Spearmen obviously, and also doing pretty good against the crossbows, but this is definitely a fight that Aixx is taking advantage of here. So he did lose the siege and most of his units, but overall he is still standing, and meanwhile military wing reinforcement is still, I don't know, under research? How do you call it even?
30 seconds away.
Yeah, 30 more seconds, and then you need a couple more, like 1 or 2 minutes to get the upgrades, if you can even afford them. Horsemen doing a fantastic job here though. Even though there's only feudal age, they're super good against the crossbows, so that was a brutal fight in the end.
That looked scary for Schnippe, but I think Aixx is going to realize he's in trouble in about 3 seconds here when that Imperial Age comes in. And the reinforcement is a good way for Schnippe just to, you know, add a meat shield on the front line. These Desert Raiders, normally a pretty powerful unit against English, not so much, but they're going to be free, and he's getting 7 of them every, do you know how long it is? I think it's every 2 minutes he gets 7.
It's to 120 seconds.
Aixx not really close to Imperial Age, but with his resource generation, he could just pull back for a minute or 2 and be perfectly fine. Schnippe attacking the south part of Aixx's base here. And Aixx's military kind of on the other side of the map, kind of at Schnippe's base. We might have a quintessential base trade here.
Yeah, it pretty much looks like it. He will try to push through here, should be there fairly soon.
Oh no. Okay, he fixed it, sorry. Aixx is going for an emergency keep, and he put the blueprint down, but he had a military unit standing, so his villagers weren't building it. But he's rushing it up now. He's got like 28 villagers on it. It should get up in time.
Yeah, Yeah, that definitely is. It's going up right on time. Now you can just garrison all the villagers, have a lot of firepower here. Not too many armored units here on Schnippe's side, so should be fairly okay for Aixx. He will lose a couple villagers, but that's fine. He is still ahead. He still, still has more villagers, so he can afford to lose a few. Some emergency walls here in the base as well. Should be able to stabilize. Meanwhile, if we're looking on his side, he's forcing his way into the base here, but I think he's bleeding out on units here and has the issue that he can't really reinforce it anymore because he's busy in his own base here, cleaning up his own house. So trebuchets, they are doing a lot of work here, but what are they finding? A couple of military production, that's cool, but not really hitting what would hurt Schnippe the most in this situation.
But these men-at-arms, they're just sucking up the damage while the crossbows or the DPS unit, like, they're just taking forever to die. And Schnippe just not able to do enough damage to kill them quick enough. Little by little, they're going down, but it's a massive cost here. And now that Aixx has cleaned up his base, he can start pouring his reinforcements over. You see spearmen, you see more men-at-arms on the way over, and Schnippe can be hard to hold.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of horsemen still. They just got upgraded to elite units. I was gonna say, it doesn't really matter if you're Imperial Age if your units aren't, but now he has in a way, most important unit for him, the horseman, is Imperial Age, and you can see how quickly the siege goes down once they get on top of them. And even the men-at-arms from the English, at some point they will die, and then it's just a couple of crossbows, which, yeah, again, with the horsemen, fairly easy to deal with.
Yeah, Aixx now needs to pull back and decide where the Berkshire's going. He needs to reconsolidate, remass, and put a Berkshire somewhere.
Yeah.
He got a lot of damage there. Schnippe's base is bloody, black eye, but not broken. That is for sure.
Yeah,
Couple spearmen get caught out in the middle here. But looks like Aixx is still sort of pushing forward, though.
I mean,
raiding in the south.
Yeah, I mean, you do need to still produce units in a way, so you can't really completely pull off. But if you're looking at the income, that is insane. He now reached the point where he can actually afford Imperial Age. Also, in terms of army value, now is the time to go Imperial Age if there ever was one. And there it is, the Berkshire Palace. Okay, guaranteeing a lot of gold here, securing the market if that ever becomes interesting, and also, like by extension, securing 2 of the sacred sites. So, not necessarily where I would have put it, but definitely a good position. Although at the same time, it is fairly, up north, and Schnippe could just walk that towards the middle and completely ignore the Berkshire. If it comes to that.
Yeah, he can ignore the Berkshire up until he runs out of gold. He's got 1,500 left. He does have 5 relics, but Imperial Age grind, you need more than 5 relics. I'm looking at Schnippe's base, and all the gold is up north, and he's gonna have to fight through a Berkshire if he wants to get there.
Yeah, so on this map, as you mentioned in the beginning, the gold is far out, and it's mainly on the top side as well. I mean, there's like 1 gold vein on the bottom, but other than that, like, there's no gold in the middle, there's only on the top. And Schnippe is moving out with his army, but look at the health bars, they're very bruised, so they will not do a whole lot. There's no siege here at all, and there's still the White Tower issue, so he could go in the south. There's still the wall open. Which he decides to go for that actually, which is very smart. So that is still something that he can attack. How is Aixx gonna respond to that though?
He's gonna mass spearmen, he's gonna rally everything he's got right here and try to hold. You saw him garrison his villagers he kind of realized that, oh no, I'm a little vulnerable here to a run by. I left the back door open.
Yeah, he did. I mean, that's kind of even the front door that he left open, actually, in a sense. And now the back door as well has been breached. So lancers, as well as desert raiders, as well as horsemen. So just everything streaming into the base, in the back of the base here. Villagers running away. They don't want to have a rematch of the earlier skirmish, and understandably so. But that should not really be the end of the ropes here. That he should be able to hold that, and then, as you said earlier, like as soon as Schnippe runs out of gold, which will be fairly soon, he did just lose that gold vein on the north as well. Will probably also lose a couple villages here as well. So that could be the end for him, at least in terms of gold income.
Schnippe needs to get cannons, needs to get some sort of siege down to take care of these keeps and Aixx's base if he wants a chance at this.
Yeah, but so he doesn't have a siege workshop. Even if he had, he doesn't really have the gold to produce. And he would have to stop most of his production, besides like archers and horsemen, which at the end of the day are pretty crap units. Then he could afford some cannons maybe. But even then, like, where do you strike the English? So that's the issue that most people run into when facing the English, is that it's kind of difficult to figure out where to hit them because their defensive structures, it's super annoying and frustrating.
You mean they just grind you down?
Yeah, I guess you could call it that way.
Yeah, Schnippe, Ram's going for this southern keep. He's trying to get access to the 8k gold vein that has 5,600 left in it. Aixx, his military is too far away, so I don't think he's going to be able to hold this position with just a keep and an outpost upgrade here. So Schnippe is going to get a little bit of gold reprieve, but it's temporary. At the same time, Aixx says, okay, your whole army is down south. I'm going to push up your gut. I'm going to go right up the middle with mine.
Ooh, and not only army, he's dropping a keep into the... Oh, that's so funny. Okay, he doesn't know about the opponent's keep there, but oh, that's so funny.
It's just on the outside. It doesn't matter. A manor keep from Aixx. That is so personal when you do this to your opponent. This is saying, get out of my game.
Yeah, get out of my game now. So a nice touch here. Should go up here as well. There's a couple units as well defending this, and there it is. So they keep rendering about 20 farms completely idle here. Also, in the long run, will torch down the town center here. And by the way, since it's an English keep, you technically can also produce units from there. So that is, yeah, that is you could call it dick move, I guess, from Aixx. I mean, I like it, but definitely not nice.
Yeah, this is what Aixx does so well. He taxes your APM. You got to keep in your farms. Now your gold that you just secured is under attack by a couple spearmen, a couple men-at-arms. You've got Trebs attacking you from the north. There's just fires to put out everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, at some point you just give up frustrated because there's a shattered arm here in your farms and they just don't want to die, and so Schnippe will run out of space eventually. Like, also not to mention that these farms are super ineffective because of where the mills are placed. So even though you still have, you know, like if we're switching over, like roughly more villages on food actually than English, your income is not on the same level at all.
No, not really. And the Rams are slowly making their way up here, but because he didn't get greased axles, they're taking their sweet time. Keep will eventually go down, but again, Schnippe still has to find an answer for this Berkshire that is now fully upgraded. It's got a cannon, it's got a springald. That thing is like killing things from a mile away.
Yep, indeed. And it also secures so many resources, not to mention stone. So once Aixx is done with this stone outcropping, he could just do the same thing over again. Just drop it like maybe a little bit more defensively, maybe on the houses here. Just drop it here and then it's camping the production, it's camping the houses. It will also prevent your opponent from ever reaching the last remaining Golden Age tiers. Which, I mean, arguably, I guess, well, the fourth one would be really, really nice, and the fifth one, if you're going for camels, obviously as well. But that, yeah, okay, he will reach the fourth one actually, as I'm speaking, relatively soon.
Yeah, pushing onto the Berkshire with Rams feels a little bit crude if you ask me. That is a big Berkey to take down with just a couple wooden Rams here, but Aixx's army doesn't have his full military here. Actually, I don't know where Aixx's military really is. He's got part of it down south, but there's a chance the Berkey goes down here eventually. It's gonna take a while, but there's a chance.
There definitely is a chance. I mean, it's only 2 Rams, but 2 Rams is more than enough to take it down if there's more distraction over here. And so Schnippe is, you know, throwing away sort of a couple of units, but that gives the Rams the time that they need to put the Berkshire down. There's already more than 2/3 down. 1.5k health, now it's burning, so it will go down if it's not repaired. Granted, it might take a while, but still. And
he's got villagers up north. He can pull them for a quick emergency repair, he should, but he's gonna let the Berkshire go down.
I mean, he doesn't have enough wood anyway to repair that, so that actually... there's no way that... But I mean, where's his army? That's my question. He has 40-something units, where are they? There's a couple ones here.
They are on their way over. One of the worst things about English is their entire military moves at a 112 speed.
Yeah.
So they take a while to get over there. He's hand cannoning men at arms. That's a recipe for my grandmother gets to the battlefield faster.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for the last 3 minutes you are like, his units are on the way, his units are on the way, they will get there eventually. I mean, maybe not before the fight is over, but they will get there and at some point. And now we have horsemen, so they are super fast units, but they're also only feudal age, so I don't know if... I mean, there's a veteran upgrade at least coming in. This is a brutal swap here for Aixx. I thought he had it, but with the fall of the Berkshire, that is opening Schnippe way too many doors, and that actually might push Schnippe over the finishing line.
Yeah, but the problem is now he's attacking in English that gets network of castles upgrades, so these units kill extremely fast, and Schnippe's army just vanished. I mean, these hand cannoneers are shooting at a 171 speed. That's just insane. You have a mass villager pull coming to repair the Berkey. The Berkshire is going to come back up, and Aixx is he's not done here.
Well, I mean, is it gonna go up? Because he doesn't have the wood, so I kind of doubt that. I don't know the conversion, but it gets worse the more units you have working on it. So he will actually run out of wood before the Berkshire gets close to being finished. So I think that was way too many villagers on that one, and just a couple hundred wood. I don't wanna say wasted, but not doing what it was supposed to do.
He's generating 1,000 wood a minute. He can just take a couple of those idle villagers standing at the gold there, and you know, get them on the repair.
I mean, they're
but
supervising.
Now his full army is here, and they're under the network of castles, or is it citadels? I have to find the upgrades. I think they have the network of citadels. They do have network of citadels upgrade, and Schnippe's military just sort of getting grinded away here.
Yeah, and I mean, his food income is incredible, but you can see that the gold income is really lacking. I mean, that's 400 gold per minute, which is just from the relics that he has. And so that is cool, but that will, I mean, occasionally you can get a couple knights or camel lancers basically, or crossbows if you want to. But he's restricted heavily into what he can even go for. I mean, he does get the desert raiders for free, so that is a good chunk of his army. But yeah, if the you cannot only like you cannot throw trash units at your opponent and hope to win this. So a good back and forth here by both players, but eventually Schnippe ran out of gold, and yeah.
Yeah, Aixx just grinded his opponent down. Um, just those English men at arms and their tankiness. When he was finally able to take fights with his full military after he got pushed back, it looked intimidating. He was able to remass very quickly. The network of castles really just increased his firepower there, and Schnippe at the same time ran out of gold. He's throwing horsemen at men at arms. That's
Yeah,
not going to get it done.
no, absolutely not. And when we're looking at the resource graphs, Ike's having roughly, not completely, but like almost twice as much gold as Schnippe had, and you could tell by the units that he was able to build. I mean, the men at arms, they're not super gold, gold in whatever
Intensive.
intensive. That was, thank you, that was the word. But they do cost gold, and he was able to pump them out however much you wanted. So you could, yeah, that was the difference here. At least one of the differences, because otherwise, like in terms of food, it was very even, actually.
Yeah, but the English, like, they just little by little they grind you down and they slowly onion off the map. And while
Mhm.
Ajax didn't use walls to onion off the map, I'm pretty sure Berkey is a pretty good, like, hey, no trespassing sign. You can't go
Mhm.
over here.
Yep. Yeah, it's not a wall, but yeah, it's definitely a good big sign here. And so both players, they need to finish the tasks, but yeah, Ike's coming out ahead here with a 2-0 against Schnippe, who again very well fought series here. And I think it was a good idea and the right idea to play Ayyubids as he did, but um, the map control just did him in. That's basically it.
Yeah, I mean, Schnippe had some windows, he had some timing. Just unfortunately wasn't able to hit those as cleanly as he needed to. He wiped Ajax's army a little bit, but it's the English. They're so hard to kill, right? You get them down,
Mm,
they're battered, they're bloodied, and they just won't die. And that's exactly what happened here.
yeah, yeah. So again, they're not they haven't finished their tasks yet, but Ajax winning 2-0 against Schnippe in the top bracket. We can move over to the bottom bracket. I Let's see if they already did
So
all the
Idle
drafts.
Villager versus csthelord is going on.
Yeah, great stuff. So let's see. Okay, that's not. All right. Okay, they
For
didn't. Yeah.
some strange reason, I can't see the chat. Very weird.
Let's see. Okay, so they didn't do a full Civ draft like top bracket did. I mean, it's basically bottom bracket, so they don't necessarily need to. Um, but they already let's. So first button up. Okay, so they played Dry Arabia first. Are they still in game? Let's see. So you're in my group, so we could hop in right about now.
See if we're gonna get hit with the delay.
No, I don't think so. They should be on the way already. Um, okay, so
So
this
do
is
we know if this is game? 2 or 1 or
No,
3?
I believe it's game 1 because you said Dry Arabia first. But I would have to check later on. But it is gonna be House of Lancaster, csthelord in blue on the north side, against Idle Villager in yellow, playing the Abbasid Dynasty. Chopping off some wood first, and then going on the berries. So just good old
Okay.
Abbasid stuff.
I haven't seen Abbasid starting on wood before. This is a little new to me, so I'm curious as to what Idle Villager is trying to do. The overall goal, maybe he wants to get the 15% gather rate by having 10 structures.
Yeah, that could be like
In
I'm a little bit surprised too. I don't know if that's his plan. Maybe, yeah, could be.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. What I do know is that he's got only less than 20 seconds to get some more food before he's gonna idle his TC, because he doesn't have enough food to queue up the next villager. I'm gonna watch this. This is very interesting from Idle Villager here. But we have House of the Lancaster as well. This is the second time I've gotten to cast a game with House of the Lancaster, and I think the Abbasid matchup is particularly unique because Abbasid, to me, has 2 paths they can go. They can go military wing and go with the very aggressive ram push very early on in the game, or they can go eco wing and they can sort of out-boom the House of Lancaster. Boom. We'll see which path Idle Villager wants to go, but maybe csthelord plays a little bit like we saw in previous games, where he goes 3 manors into a ton of feudal aggression. You can catch Abbasid asleep at the wheel if they go 3 town centers.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. And we've seen exactly that before, and so really curious to see. So as you said, I've never seen it opening. Like at first I was like, yeah, just doing what Abbasid does, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's not Delhi, it's Abbasid. Like they may look similar, but you don't go on wood at first with Abbasid. I don't know why you would do that. But yeah, maybe it is because of the structures. But I mean, we're gonna like how much? I don't know. It's not gonna be 10 anyway. Like no matter what you, I don't know. We did see Idle Villager play Abbasid before today. So he definitely knows in general what he's doing, and it definitely looks like he is connecting. Looking for the first tier, you know, with the 15% gather rate as soon as possible. Which I mean, you know, it's kind of like the system level 1 for the Byzantines. It's kind of like the same bonus if you want. And so it's kind of like a delayed feudal age, but then going onward from there, it's gonna be a little bit better. I don't know.
One more house.
Yeah.
And he's got the 15% sub 4 minutes.
Yeah. There's the house.
So
heavy on gold, by the way. So he already has like more than enough that he would need for the feudal age. And because he was on wood so heavily, delayed. Way delayed, by the way, feudal age. So I don't think that it's an interesting opening. I don't think it's super effective, but it might be better, like, you know, the longer the game goes, because you have that bonus, yeah, longer. And to your earlier question or like point about like the 2 ways that Abbasid can play this, I don't think the military wing is a good idea, just because of the Lancaster castle. Like your military units, they will not do anything here. So especially in this case, the House of the Lancaster Castle secures the gold, the berries, and even the wood line, at least in part. And so there's not really anything that you can put pressure on besides the stone, which can hurt Lancaster, definitely, especially with the manors not being able to go for them as easily. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. And we do have the culture wing coming up. For Idle Villager.
So, looking at csthelord here, look at where he's gathering stone from.
Oh.
I'm just peculiar choice. Not really sure. He's out in Narnia right now. You've got a couple more villagers on their way over to gather stone, probably for manors here. Culture Wing coming in from Idle Villager, so I wonder if maybe he's thinking a fast castle Gulam timing? That could be in the cards.
Yeah.
He's got 7 on gold, and he's got 10 on food, so this could be a particularly nasty Gulam timing if he wanted to.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a fast castle if you're looking at the distribution of villagers. No villagers on wood at all, so there is not going to be any military production anytime soon. No second town center, nothing of the sorts. And he has already he already has enough houses to not worry about being housed anytime soon, and he's super close to being castle age. Once he has the preservation of knowledge, that actually might be enough.
He'll be able to click up.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be like what is it, like 7.5, 8 minute castle age. Yeah, it's basically instantly. That's like that is pretty
not
insane.
gonna lie, I am impressed.
Yeah.
This, I did not expect this out of Idle Villager, and I know csthelord is scouting this kind of like, wait, what is going on here? He aged up so late, and we have the military wing queued in. It's gonna be a sub 8 minute. We're 8 minute on the dot. It's like 7:59 to I think it's 7:59 age up.
Yeah, pretty much. And the thing is, if I'm not familiar with a build order like that, and I wasn't really with that, if I would be in csthelord's position, I would be like, oh, that's gonna be an easy win. Like, he completely messed up his build order. That's gonna be nice. And
yeah.
And he's gonna be surprised in about 1 minute and 10 seconds how it's gonna be a 8 minute castle age Abbasid one TC play. So very
the only
curious
problem I see here, no production buildings.
Yeah.
Not much on wood to get production buildings down. He's got 50 seconds before he hits up. He's going to have a ton of food. He's going to have a ton of gold. He's just not going to be able to spend it.
Yeah, but at the same time, he is rallying to wood right now, so he will be able to shortly build some production buildings. And once he is at that point, he can already put like 5 units in queue. So definitely that could work really well against House of Lancaster, because I mean they do have the levy units ability, you know, so they could get some units out. He does have a stable on the field.
I mean, Lancers, great raiding unit, right? If your opponent is trading, it's a very frustrating unit to deal with if in the trade scenario. But if Demi-Lancers have to actually fight in Feudal Age, they're not very good.
No.
Especially when you have a Camel Rider there. Camel Riders will just stomp on them.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not the greatest fighting unit. And so now we hit the 8 minute mark, we hit Castle Age for Abbasid. I didn't expect that, it wasn't on my bingo cards, but here we are, and I do like that. I mean, as I said earlier, like many times already, I feel like a broken record by this point. I think going fast castle against House of Lancaster is a winning strategy, and Idle Villager did just that, which I like that he you know, like put a little twist to how Abbasid usually gets played. Like, Culture Wing is usually not one of the, you know, it's either like do I go Eco Wing or Military Wing, and Culture Wing is a good switch. And I really like that. And by the way, we do have the barracks, the proxy barracks here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we know if Idle Villager has been working with Dragovan, who plays in our War Chief Club? Very notorious for this proxy base strategy, and this is like, I feel like I'm just watching a play out of Dragovan's playbook right now.
It's either that, or I believe in chat was mentioned something like Beastie, proxy, barracks, Gulam play. And it could actually be. I mean, usually in lower leagues, and why shouldn't you? You look at what pros are doing and what they kind of, maybe not recommend, but what they, you know, like experiment with and what they find to be effective. And this is a super annoying strategy to deal with. And I know that csthelord has played against aggressive strategies like that before. And with the Lancaster Castle, he should be kind of feeling okay with that, but at the same time it is a feudal keep, so it's not super strong. He's dropped in
We're
a
getting the
white
white
tower
tower.
now. I don't know about that placement. I mean, looking at where the aggression is coming from, I would, you know, like move my scout over, see this, and then drop the white tower probably like right next to the wood line and just prevent any action from here. Because the thing is, if you're forcing your opponent to walk all the way around here somehow, you can win a lot of time with that.
I have a question for you, and maybe you know this, maybe you don't, because I don't know this, and that's why I'm asking. Is there a way for Lancaster to get the upgrades in King's College without the King's College? Because going White Tower here feels very bad. He gets the immediate Earl's Guard, which is military that he needed. He gets the defensive structure, but there's an upgrade in the King's College that gives Demi-Lancers bonus damage versus heavy. And I feel like right now against the Gulam Rush, that would be so valuable.
Yeah. I don't think that you can get that technology, and I mean the whole reason and point of the King's College is that you have those kind of techs available to you. I think it's kind of like it would have been like a niche play. It does make sense, but I don't think that csthelord is aware of that. I wouldn't have been either. And so I do like the white tower in general. I just think that it's way too far in the back of the base. He's losing manners already. That's gonna hurt him a lot. And so again, if you have the white tower like somewhat in the front of your base, like front regarding to where the aggression is coming from, it would have been so much more effective. And so yeah, I don't think the placement was like the right choice here. I would have loved it to have it in the front, basically.
Yeah, I'm thinking King's College. He's mustering the nobles now, so he's gonna get the Demi-Lancers here, but click on a Demi-Lancer. It is a very underwhelming unit until it gets certain upgrades. Once it gets certain upgrades that are in the King's College, it's very valuable. But these Gulams are just gonna have a field day with those Demi-Lancers.
Yeah, I mean they get veterancy immediately, so that is a nice thing, but it's then still like putting a meat shield against a meat shield, so... And the Gulams are a little bit stronger meat shields with a double attack quick strike, so... don't really know if you want to put the Demi-Lancers against them. Yeah, they definitely...
Villagers get pulled on the rams here. csthelord taking a lot of damage, but able to kind of push those rams back a little bit. And it looks like the Demi-Lancers are just what the doctor ordered here. While they're not the most overpowering unit, they are tanking a little bit. Rams going back in action on some of these manors. We have more Gulams just kind of coming over here. But idle villagers gonna have to go back and make some more rams because that ram is gonna go down. And we have crossbows finally hitting the field here. I think csthelord might be able to hold at a heavy cost though.
Yeah, I was gonna say like he will hold for now, but it is a heavy cost. He did lose 2 manors. He did invest a lot into that defense. He is way behind in villager numbers because he lost 12 villagers. He also has a couple of idle, and his base is in shambles basically. And idle villager in the meantime is just cooking in his base. He can do whatever he wants to. He has the map control. He's in the head of his opponent, and he can do whatever. And so it's the funny thing is, as Alexis was pointing out in chat right now, it's basically the same thing what csthelord did earlier on against Smitten Kitten, when he was playing Knights Templar against the Abbasid. And he was basically playing the exact same strategy, but with the Hospitaller Knights, which was a very entertaining game, by the way. I do recommend watching that one. And now he's on the receiving end of that strategy, basically. And he's doing it, like, in fairness, I think he's holding a little bit better than Smitten Kitten was, just because he is in Castle Age already and he can go for the crossbows. But I'm afraid that it will end the same. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, idle villager just going after villagers and idling out csthelord's villagers. Very ironic name right now. Villagers running to the white tower here. csthelord has knights coming out, which are a good counter. He's going knight crossbow, so these ghulams will not work anymore. Idle villager though doubling down, another ram coming out. But now csthelord finally able to get out of his base a little bit. That knight is alone. He needs those crossbows, otherwise these ghulams are just gonna mob him. Oh, yep, there's a mosh pit on that knight.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some horsemen out of idle villager here, just to kind of help deal with these crossbows a little bit.
Yeah, that would be something. Those couple crossbows, they're doing a lot of work, and now the knights are there to defend a fast raiding unit. And in theory, once you have this push over, Idle Villager is doubling down actually on the ghulams, which might be his downfall, to be honest. I mean, he is way ahead in eco, so it needs a lot for him to lose the game still, but he's not, in terms of unit composition, like he's now going into Lancers, into Knights, which also get countered by the crossbows. Not as greatly, not as good as the ghulams, but still. And now he needs to, yeah, he's cancelled the ram, needs to retreat here. This is a lot of damage that csthelord could do if he finds that. I mean, he should know about that. I mean, where's the attack coming from? He should know that it's there.
Yeah, and now csthelord is moving out, and idle villager pulling those 4 ghulams back makes me wonder if that was just a trap.
But a trap to where? Oh, okay. And now
Just sort of baiting them out. Look
well,
at that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but at the same time he's baiting it out for the cost of 4 ghulams, which I'll take that bait, I don't mind. By the way, csthelord with the scout villagers did definitely find out about the barracks by now.
And now where does idle villager go from here? He's got a little bit of a farm transition going on at the base. That's troublesome. And ghulams just kind of torching down this town center. Not going to really work out too well here.
No.
But csthelord kind of focused on the front line. If he can get some rams here, he can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, or find the villagers that are out here. So there's a lot of villagers here on the berries. There's a lot on the stone here. Some of the on the gold. So he would just need to find the villagers, and then he could completely flip the game around. He did find a couple villagers here on the woodlands. So that's a good find. Idle villager does have enough resources to put down some production. Don't camp underneath the town center. He does have the ranged armor, so there it is. No wait, never mind. There it is. So he doesn't have the. Oh, he doesn't have the ranged armor. No, I was confused for a second. So yeah, don't camp underneath the town center if you don't have the ranged armor. He is getting the siege engineering now, so he is looking to put down some rams, and then he can do a lot of damage here. But he could even do a lot more damage. Oh, he just the scouting villagers. This is insane. Like, he's not doing any scouting with the scout. He's just doing scouting with the villagers. By the way, pretty ballsy move to go on the berries here when you still have berries here. But you do you. Why not?
Maybe he's saying these are my berries, you can't have them. Or he's just hoping that idle villager won't notice. Unfortunately for him, idle villager noticed, and those vills are gonna die.
Oh no.
Camel riders, ghulams on their way over, and that's more down villagers from csthelord.
Yeah, I mean, I like the attempt to go out on the map and take control of whatever resource you can find, but at the same time, you're playing English. You don't do that. English doesn't do that. You don't need to do that. Like, just constant focus on villager production right now. You still have berries in your base. You can go for farms. Yes, you're not English, but still, just that may be the safer option. There's berries over here as well. There's deer to be had. this would be like this is so risky. He just lost a lot of villagers unnecessarily. Also, still doesn't do anything about these barracks here. What is he doing with the
I
villagers?
think he's on his way over to deal with them. We have the one lancer who's going to kill the villager there. At night, 2 shots him. You've got 14 villagers hanging out there, like maybe they're going to burn these barracks down. Yep, that's exactly what they're doing.
Okay, yeah. You can do that. It's just a lot of idle time. So basically 1/3 of your eco is idle right now, torching down production buildings. Yeah,
Idle villager added in a second TC though. He's saying, all right, plan A didn't work. We're going to plan B.
Yep.
Plan B is the second town center.
Yeah, and he has enough he has definitely enough gold to go up for Imperial Age if you would want to do that now. Needs to obviously rack up a lot more on food. But he can just take, like, all this time the csthelord is taking now, idling his own eco. He can take that to stabilize his eco and come for the counterattack. And there's the horseman.
I like the horsemen
Yep.
if they can get on top of those crossbows, but he still needs to find a good unit that he can mass up to deal with these knights. Camel riders, exactly what he needs to do that, but he's only got 1 here. And Gulams into knights never feels good. Horsemen chasing down these villagers, they're running for their dear life, but just getting poked and prodded by these horsemen's lance.
They're super
And
low
he is
too.
the Lord.
They're super low, so they actually do die here against the horseman's attacks. I like that he only has 1 camel rider. I don't think you need more than that. With the Abbasid, you get a very, very, very nice check with the phalanx. So you have some very, very good spearmen as well with the boot camp, which he did get. Yeah, he did get that, yes. So you do have some very strong spearmen. So I don't even think you need to, you know, like, make some crazy stuff. Just go for the regular spearmen against the knights. You counter them fairly easily. Then you can go for the composite archers. And with the gold, you can just go for, I don't know, yeah, camel lancers, I guess, are fine. Yeah, why not? Or camel riders, in this case.
Yeah, it looks like csthelord is kind of, you know, back on his 2 feet. Gonna burn down this barracks. He's pushing forward across the map here. Maybe a little bit of an overextension. He's got a couple Earl's Guard. He's got a couple spearmen moving forward. And idle villager, horsemen, and he does have camel riders. He's gonna need to get some bows, and you know what? Abbasid has a great base bow because they get composite bows.
Yeah.
Really useful right now.
Yeah.
Oh no, horseman charging into spears. This is not good. He pulls back though. Whew.
Close call. And yeah, that's what I meant with the boot camp, with the phalanx, with the composite bows. You have some good basic units with the Abbasid that you can go for, and then you can top it off with a couple of the more expensive ones. Instead, he went for 3rd town center, which right now isn't doing anything. Not producing anything right now, but that soon hopefully will change. So yeah, he's just trying to get his food situation under control because his food eco is brutal right now. So 3 town centers, he will outscale Lancaster by a long shot, especially because we're only having a 1 town center Lancaster right now, only 1 manor at, oh never mind, there's 2 more here, but no more than 1 than those 3. So I would say csthelord is back on one foot. I wouldn't say he's back on his feet. Right now I would say it's on 1 foot.
He's got a bigger military, and he can absolutely punish idle villager.
But will
Knights
that
coming
hurt?
into the farm eco. Villagers suck away to the town center in safety. And knights take a little charge against the horsemen, and Camel Riders, but need to pull back here. Couple Knights get trapped though. Spearmen on their way in, crossbows moving in, and Idle Villager might get idled out here. As long as csthelord has his upgrades, which he does not have fitted leatherwork or +2 range defense yet. So this town center is gonna just dice those spears up real quick.
Yeah.
Knights though, go find some good targets in the wood line there. A lot of villagers going down, but Idle Villagers on 3 town centers. He doesn't care.
Yeah, that's
And
the thing.
just like that.
Doesn't care, and the thing is also, like, still Idle Villager has killed more villagers than csthelord did. So even though all of this has been going on, army value, csthelord is behind now, he's still behind in villagers. He still doesn't have the Iron Undermesh, which would be so crucial in this situation. And yeah, currently just bleeding a couple units here into the opponent's town center, which again doesn't really matter anyway because we're on 3 town centers. Not to mention
Yeah,
that,
I mean, I don't.
I would love to see some more manors being built here. I think that just like the whole early game, you can tell that it threw csthelord off of his game. And this is not how he usually would do the build order. Like, you can tell. This is not how it usually would go.
Yeah, Idle Villager back on the aggressive push here. Kinda looking like he wants to push up the middle. Oh no, we got walls coming down. Never mind, he wants to onion off and he wants to boom. Even though he is so far ahead, he just doesn't know it.
Well, I mean, I think he knows it, but he just plays it safe for the time being. By the way, we're like 27 minutes into the game. We have no relics or sacred sites being captured so far.
It's middle bracket. Relax. I am just these villagers from csthelord coming down like that southwest side to these berries. He is just adamant to suck up all the food on the map. And in previous games we've casted, I alluded to this. House Lancaster seems to be very food hungry, food starved, can't farm transition, and csthelord just needs to go find food wherever he can get it, including your opponent's berries, which we've seen twice now.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why he is so starving is because he is, again, his early game was completely disrupted. He's on 3 manors. By now, he should have been on 9 manors for like the last 10 or more minutes. Which, you know, for obvious reasons, that's just not how it is. And so I think that's one of the reasons why it's not going really good for him right now. 2 archers here in the wood line, not dealing a ton of damage, but slowly but surely killing a couple more villagers here. Meanwhile, Villager is losing most of his frontline raiding army here, but he can always retreat because he has faster units, which, by the way, I don't know why they need to be so fast. Like, I do get it's cavalry, but like, why are they so fast? Like, almost as fast as horsemen. I don't know if that is really needed.
So that is after upgrades. They start at 162, but the upgrades make it 187. They are just as fast as horsemen. They're just 0.01 slower, which I don't even know if like we put them to race on screen, we would be able to tell the difference here. But Idle Villager doing a really good job just taxing csthelord's APM. He's finding villager kills here. Camel Riders just kind of moving around the backside, and more villager pickups over here in the east corner where csthelord was on the gold there. And csthelord's eco is just all over the place. But just looking at this from a pure macro standpoint, csthelord on 36 eco units, half of them idle. Idle Villager on 103. Idle Villager just needs to close this game out. Yeah. Look at the food income per minute.
Yeah, I think so. So what should happen now is Idle Villager stop producing units for 1 minute, not even a minute, go Imperial Age, build siege, and end the game. he should be. I mean, I know he doesn't have God vision like we do. In fact, what does he even see? Let's switch that off. He okay. He doesn't see any. Oh my goodness. He basically doesn't see anything. Oh my god. Okay, never
Go
mind.
to the south wall. You have csthelord burning a gate with his villagers to get into idle villagers' base here.
Look, they're on a mission. I don't know what mission, but they're on a mission. Oh.
Listen, idle villager must have been listening to you. We have a trade wing, which, looking at this neutral, absolutely
Oh yeah.
100% tradable.
Yeah.
However, when you're on 3 TC and your opponent's 8 villagers that were burning a gate just got massacred,
Oh my.
you don't really need the trade. It just feels like a luxury at this point. Again, Idle Villager doesn't know that. For all Idle Villager knows is csthelord's got 10 TCs back there somewhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like he doesn't see anything, and so he might as well assume the worst, which is okay. He's on 9 manors for the last 15 minutes. He's on 4 town centers, and he's currently like pop capped at 120 villagers or something. And I need to scramble. Like the thing is, in a way, I would say it's the more healthier approach to think that you're on the back foot. So like because then you don't overextend. But having that said, csthelord, while moving in with his units, his army realizes that there's no point in playing this anymore. Shortly before the Imperial Age would come through for Idle Villager.
Yeah, I wonder what the message to csthelord was there in terms of why he GG'd there. Maybe he discovered those 3 town centers and realized, oh, I am so far behind. Not 100% sure, but Idle Villager takes game 1 in this series with a very cheeky, albeit Dragavan-esque style. Maybe it was a beastie build, not 100% sure. With a really clean castle timing Gulam rush. I'm sure csthelord was like, what is going on here? When he realized that, oh, there's a proxy base right next door.
Probably, yeah. I mean, so in terms of why he is surrendered at this situation, I think he was just frustrated. I mean, I know I would have been. And then yeah, maybe he saw the town centers and he's like, oh, you know what? Like I've been behind for the last 20 minutes. I just didn't know. Let's just end this sad game and continue with the next one. It's only the first one anyway, so there's plenty of time to get back into the game. So yeah, Idle Villager winning the first one. We're gonna have
That was
a
on Dry Arabia.
Dry Arabia. They
Do we
should
know what
be.
map 2 is?
Let's see, next please. No, they haven't said that. Let's see if they already. So you're in my group.
Yep.
Sees a lot. Okay, he's still in the lobby. I don't know if they did the draft already. So the next game is gonna be sees a lot again with House of Lancaster against Idle Villager with Order of the Dragon.
Okay. Ooh. I'm thinking out loud here, and again, I haven't played OOTD against House of Lancaster, but I'm just asking myself, if you wanted to men-at-arms rush like a minework men-at-arms rush here, what tools does House of Lancaster have to stop that? Not a lot.
I don't think that House of Lancaster has any tools. I mean, we've seen the last game. It could play out a little bit similar, I guess. Not sure. Question is, do you go fast castle or do you rely on the feudal age men at arms?
I think you go Golden Carapace, Feudal Age, and Men-at-Arms and just shut the whole eco down. And when you think about like early garrison slots, there's the 15 villagers that can garrison into the TC. The Lancaster landmark, Castle of Lancaster has no garrison slots. Manors have no garrison slots. So you could effectively just take your opponent and say, hey, you're back on 15 eco because I'm just gonna kill everything that can't garrison.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I think if you're going fast castle and then into like kind of like what we seen last game, one, it wouldn't work as well because you don't have the culture wing, and two, you provide your opponent with too much time because then you're at like 9 or 10 minutes, and by that time you probably face six manners already, and yeah, could go about a little different. Okay, you're in my group. They did start the game, so we're just gonna hop right in. We might see a little bit of a observer delay at first, but doesn't matter. We can switch.
Yeah. And listen, there's a build with House of Lancaster here that I think would be pretty good. 3 manners straight into the King's College. Observer delay was very minimal, by the way. 1 second. Um, but yeah, so House of Lancaster, right? They're tempo civ. They do a lot of things well. Jack of all trades, if you will, but master of none. And I think we're seeing some of these civs that are good at things kind of shining through over House of Lancaster
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the thing is, we're like 12 days into the patch, into the new civs, and we can already see like at first it was really just like, oh shit, this new civ, it's so strong, what do I do? To now that it definitely is beatable, and there are certain weaknesses that you have to play around, and it's definitely manageable. And so curious to see what this game holds. Let's see, what
So credit to
map is it?
csthelord here. He opened double scout here, which is really good. There's a lot of sheep on this map. If I'm not mistaken, this is
It's Carmel.
caramel,
It's
however
not.
you want to pronounce it.
It's not caramel.
I know it's not. It is
Oh,
caramel, and there's a lot of sheep on this map. And csthelord wants to scoop those up. House of Lancaster does get a bonus gather rate on sheep, so it's sort of like a zero sum game for him right now. The sheep are anyway, where the more I get, the less my opponent gets, and sheep are better for me than they are for him.
yeah.
So that's actually really, really smart of csthelord. He must have studied this. I mean, this map is in the ranked pool, so I'm sure he's played it a few times. But also, kind of looking at all this food in this north corner that Idle Villagers Order the Dragon has, I mean, there is a lot of
Yeah.
deer over there. That's
Oh
that's
dear, oh
17
dear.
deer plus a boar.
Plus a boar, plus
That is
double berry patches. That's wow. I mean, I know a lot of Siths
oh,
who would be really happy about that. Um, Close call here, kind of close call with one of the scouts. csthelord seeing the Minework Palace, so exactly what we, or slash you, kind of predicted, or at least alluded to. The Minework Palace, so definitely looking for some heavy aggression. At least that's what it would usually generally signal. Um, and question is, what is csthelord doing? His macro is a little bit off, I would say, so a little bit heavy on gold right now. Going for the Abbey of Kings this time.
oh no. We
Interesting.
have him. Okay, not on my bingo card. You don't often see the Abbey of Kings, but for everyone watching who's not familiar with House of Lancaster, you get 4 Lords of Lancaster, which are powerful melee units, and they increase the HP of nearby friendly units by 5% each.
Yeah.
So you get 1 for free out of the Abbey of Kings. That actually might help him survive a Men-at-Arms Dark Age rush, and there's the barracks. So, Idle Villager, I mean, did he wake up this morning and just use violence? All of his builds are like, hey, I'm gonna hurt you
Yeah.
very early on. Coming back with 12 sheep, so definitely has a lot of food. This north corner has more than enough food there. Make sure Idle Villager scouted it. He did not fully scout it out, but he can see some of the deer, so he knows they're up there.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, Idle Villager, I believe he's from India, and so it's a different time zone. It's in the middle of the night for him, so he's probably like, you know what, I'm tired, let's just get it over with. I'm gonna be as aggressive as possible. So maybe that's his reasoning for now. And yeah, with the Abbey of Kings, so one other difference between the the regular Abbey of Kings and the Abbey of Kings for the Lancaster is you get 6 healing every second, which is a lot more than you get with the regular Abbey of Kings, and so it is a very powerful tool to heal up your units in this area. The Lord of Lancaster himself does not heal, neither like he himself nor does he heal other units. So in a sense, it is kind of like a man-at-arms, which increases other units' health. Not villagers though, apparently, but military units. That's it. Yeah. And so basically, yeah, just a man-at-arms with a lot of healing capabilities here. So I like that. I really like that. I think that actually is the way to go against early aggression, because the House of Lancaster, the Castle of Lancaster is cool, but that doesn't really do a whole lot against armored units. So.
Yep. So we have the first early Gilded Men-at-Arms on the way out as soon as this house gets built. We don't have Golden Cuirass yet, and we don't have Iron Undermesh. Those are critical to Idle Villager strategy as well as Bloomery. Those are going to be almost required if he wants this to be successful. I'm sure he'll get them in time. He has enough gold to start queuing those up. And first Man-at-Arms, just kind of making his way over, going straight to the gold. csthelord, maybe he's like, I need to get my gold early, because I know my opponent's going to be aggressive, and I might not be able to hold this, especially without Lancaster Castle, and, you know, he's getting enough gold to hopefully get himself over to Castle Age and get into some knights to help him deal with these Gilded Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, either knights or crossbows, hopefully. The good thing for him is how the base is laid up. He can still retreat to the backline gold. He should still be fine. If it would be reversed, there's 2 golds close to each other for Idle Villagers, so he can still just hold this. And now we can see the healing kick in. Oh, can we? Now it is there. Okay, so like very fast healing here. So he just has to pull them back a little bit, and then they will be fine a couple seconds after that. 3 Lord of Lancasters right now, so again, kind of men-at-arms units with a lot of health and okay damage. Also getting a lot more health because of, like stacking that health bonus, so kind of easy diversion of that aggression actually. So I'm very happy that csthelord didn't lose his cool, went for probably a different landmark than he originally anticipated, and is now even attacking. He's on the aggression now with the Lord of Lancasters, finding the scout here, very valuable find in terms of restricting your opponent from all the vision here. And yeah, just pull back the Lord of Lancaster, let him heal up again, and then move forward again. 4 Lancasters, so that's a nice damage, health bonus rather. Yeah, I like that. I really like that opening.
Yeah, that micro is really good. He's pulling back the hurt ones. Idle Villager does have Golden Cuirass. He's getting Bloomery now. He's got fitted leatherwork, so he's ready to go though to try to shut down csthelord's eco. csthelord, he looks like he wants to go to castle. Gonna have to pull those villagers back. Men-at-Arms diving on top. Ooh, he's gonna lose a villager or 2.
That's 2 villagers. A little bit unfortunate here. I think he was kind of sacrificing them to give his lords a little bit more time to heal up. He didn't pull them quickly enough. But for now at least, I mean, he lost 2 villagers and a little bit of idle time, and he's doing a good timing here with the White Tower that will defend his gold. Again, if he needs to go back, no problem. There's another gold in the back. So a good strategy here for csthelord currently. Um, on the downside, he doesn't have any manners yet, so that is Idle Villager
Oh,
did get something out of that aggression. It's just maybe not exactly how much as he wanted to.
this is bad. CS the Lord. He can't get this white tower up. Idle Villager is just gonna keep applying pressure here. These Lords of Lancaster gonna have to fight, and these men-at-arms are just absorbing so much, and the Gilded Cuirass is just making these things almost impossible to kill. Villagers come out, they're jumping on the white tower, they gotta get it up, but they are sacrificing their lives. Oh,
That is quite painful. At the same time, they're finally getting down here, but at what cost? So I think he pulled the villagers a little bit too early, because yeah, I mean they are very very tanky, but they also do go down eventually, and so that was a very expensive white tower. 10 villager dying here, um, but he survived. He survived for now. Um, and if he's going for a second town center eventually, yeah, he will be able to equalize very soon, very fast.
yep. You have 11 villagers moving over to the deer pack in the north corner. Relatively safe, especially after doing all that damage to CS the Lord's ego. And I think maybe Idle Villager is just gonna put more on gold, and now that the white tower is up, maybe, you know, go castle himself and get some of those crossbows.
Yes, definitely should do that. He has a ton of villagers on food right now, not too much on gold, basically just to sustain his man-at-arm production. He just cancelled them, so it looks like he's not doubling down on that one. Um, Going for horseman is not really helping him a whole lot. So yeah, I think it is just relocate these villagers, put them on gold, chop all of that, go castle age. I think that would be the good move here. Because now we have the situation that csthelord can actually clap back here. Um,
So
Look at those tanky
I
Earls
like the horseman.
guards.
The reason why I like it is eventually CS the Lord is going to pull back, and the Gilded Horseman, if it survives this engagement, is going to be able to hunt down any of the lords that don't die and try to run away.
True, yeah.
But I think CS the Lord got a little over aggressive here. Didn't bring enough. And these Order of the Dragon Giga Chad men-at-arms are just able to kind of take and win this fight here. More Earl's Guard going down, and
Yeah, I think so. The issue that csthelord is running into now is you see a couple units, you're like, oh, that's fine, I have more units than he has, but and I'm an age ahead, but it's Order of the Dragon units. You have to basically like treat them as if it would be double. Also, like, I think it would have been better to just have the lords plus crossbows. Because you don't really need a whole lot of front line, and you just need to have the crossbows to shred the gilded armored units here.
So CS the Lord going for knights, and this is why I like the King's College, because they get an upgrade for +6 damage against heavy. Their knights do. Ooh, knights find the villagers on the deer in the north corner. A couple of these villagers are going to go down. They are tanky though. They are gilded workers here. But also looks like they have extra HP. They have close to 100 HP. Horsemen respond, drive away this knight. But not after losing 2 gilded villagers here. I like the knight transition from CS the Lord. It counters the men-at-arms. And if you went crossbows, you do have gilded horsemen on the field. So CS the Lord, little by little, he's going to get himself back into this if he can kind of keep Idle Villager from Castle Age. But there's 13 on gold. Idle Villager's going to Castle Age. And this should be a Burgrave, is what I would expect.
Yeah, the Burgrave, I mean, usually I don't like it, but with the Order of the Dragon, it does make sense because you get the cheaper units and you can also get it faster. Um, and so that definitely makes sense. That was a close call here with the Horsemen. Very dangerous situation to be in, but csthelord is walled in on the backside here, so there's not really anything Idle Villager can do. Besides just, yeah, keeping them busy, have them get their cardio in for the day.
Ooh, they find more of csthelord's villagers building that tower. One villager going down before the infantry can chase these horsemen away, and that's what makes them so frustrating, right? They just get a couple pokes in, they run away, they move so fast, you can't touch them.
Yeah, you can't, and interesting, it is gonna be Arachnids, by the way. I did not expect that. I mean, I love the Arachnids, but usually only with Holy Orb Empire, not with Order of the Dragon.
Yeah, the argument can be made for Arachnids. Here's the real question. Unlike last game, does he collect relics?
That's the thing, like, if he doesn't, I'm gonna be mad at him, actually. Because if you go for it, please at least go for the relics, because otherwise, like, what's the point?
Completely agree. If he gets all 5 relics here, which csthelord doesn't seem very interested in them, Regnance is the right play, right? 5 relic OOTD, really hard to stop. But, ooh, we got towers going up. Right as csthelord's raiding knights are coming over. There's 2 villagers that don't have homes here. Knights charging.
I mean, the funny thing is, csthelord again is going for these berries here. Which, please don't do that. I mean, there's a tower here, for crying out loud. I mean, there's no way how you can just snag the berries undetected and get away with it.
Can we message him? Like, he's got triple berries on the backside of his base. Why is he going for idle villagers berries?
Yeah. That's really my question. I mean, he knows about that. He is there. He is on the deer here, so I like that. That's good. That's a good choice. No question about that. He did cancel it. I'm relieved.
Yeah.
And he's also on the berries here. So I mean, I like that. The attempt to go out on the map, that's great. Keep doing that. It's just not next to your opponent's base. That's maybe not the area where you want to go, especially not with Laws of Lancaster. It's just not. And also, I think you can see that again. The early game was so different that he's completely thrown off his game. There's not a single manor here. Like this, if you're looking at this and you're not careful, it looks like the standard English. You have the Abbey of Kings, the White Tower, there's the monastery, there's no manors here. It's like, well, it looks like English to me.
We have relics being collected finally. csthelord, though, is the one grabbing it. I think he realized that, oh, wait, I don't want my opponent to have these. I better scoop them up. Each player with 1 relic now.
Ooh,
and we have crossbows coming out from csthelord, and little by little, I'm liking csthelord's position. He's got a nice mixed comp here. He's denying relics.
Ooh, that's a close call. That is gonna be costly. Yep, pretty much now.
Does the prelate see the villagers though?
Yeah,
That's the question.
Yeah, the prelate just scouts it out, and now Idle Villager is moving around and is killing the villagers.
CS just deletes them. I mean, I guess he knows they're dead anyway, but
well, you know,
that's an interesting reaction.
At the end of the day, it comes down to I want to have a good KD, and if I delete them myself, they don't count, right? Right?
That's some logic.
Yeah,
for sure.
It is some, you know, it's Saturday midnight, so don't expect too much from me, but it is some kind of logic.
Yeah. Got a nice little scrim here in the middle. Gilded horsemen queued up on the crossbows just like they should be. And nice micro coming from Idle Villager. Horsemen just get on the backside. Gilded men-at-arms up front just tanking. You've got a Gilded crossbowman, an archer here, and I think he's going to clean up csthelord's army.
Yeah, no question about that. He's definitely still ahead. As you said, nice micro, getting rid of the crossbows, and then it's just a matter of time until the remaining units fall. Scout losing its life. Yeah, just. Oh no, that was deleted. He just deleted the units. Did you see that? They just fell simultaneously. So he just deleted them and yeah, moved on with his life.
Well played by Idle Villager. csthelord, I think he's still experimenting with House of Lancaster. Played them twice, played them both very differently each time, but has some obsession with his opponent's berries.
Yeah, I would say that's a little bit of an unhealthy obsession. Both games, I think he had good ideas about how to defend. And then it was just a matter of overextending, going for berries that were not his, and not not finding back into the game plan because not going for the manners. I mean, that's kind of the point of House of Lancaster. You love them or hate them, but that's kind of how they are played. And if you don't go for them, it might be difficult to keep up with the resource production that other civs can put out. But yeah, I
Yeah.
liked it, but it was just and yeah, I mean, the patch has been out for 12 days. Like obviously he's still experimenting. Like we all would, right?
So, have we seen House of Lancaster win a game today? Because we've casted 2 of them now, you and me, and House of Lancaster lost both.
Mm,
3, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
that is a very good point. I don't
Somebody get on
think.
Reddit.
Yeah,
Somebody get on Reddit. Let Reddit know.
let Reddit know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, actually, I don't think that we've seen a Lancaster game um, win a game here, which is curious to see. But as I said, like I think they have certain weaknesses, and if you can play to that, you have a good chance to win the game and to make it work.
Yeah, jack of all trades, master of none is kind of how the Civ feels to me. They
Yeah.
got some sharp timings, but if you can survive those sharp timings, you're in a good winnable position, I think. So if I'm not mistaken, that kind of brings us to the end of the tournament. Idle Villager takes it. We saw Aixx win as well.
Yeah, so Aixx winning the top bracket 2-0 against Schnippe, who also earlier said thanked us in chat. Thanks for being here. I hope to see you next week again. Um, and just now csthelord against Idle Villager. Idle Villager taking it also 2-0. In some very aggressive games against House of Lancaster, who, as we saw, struggles with early aggression, at least against armored units. I think that's the main thing. And yeah, I
That's
think
what I noticed.
yeah, I mean, which makes sense. I mean, the castle of Lancaster is cool, but it doesn't. That alone will not carry you to victory. And the manors are cool, but if you can torch them down with the ram, it doesn't matter anymore. And so, yeah, a good learning experience for sure. If you hate Lancaster, and you hate meeting them on ladder, this is how you're gonna beat them. So uh, it's been a great experience. It's been a lot of fun. Some very entertaining games. Liquid, thank you as always for being here. It was a lot of fun casting with you and experiencing all of this together with you. Thanks you all for watching as well. If you enjoyed that, you can subscribe to my Twitch. You can subscribe to our main account, especially to Rising Empires. We're hosting these kind of tournaments every week. every weekend on Saturdays, and about twice a month we're also hosting the War Chief Club, which is open for all skill levels, no cap. And so you can have a chance to meet high level players, um, yeah, and win some money as well. So a lot of fun, free to join, and yeah,
Yeah, and thank you for hosting. You had the tough job of kind of observing and casting all of the games today. You put in overtime, as is always the case, so I appreciate that. And to the players, thank you for participating, right? We don't have games to cast if they don't play, so we definitely appreciate it and the ideas and the strategies they bring. I know I've improved a lot just by, casting some of these players' games. They do some things where I'm just like, oh, I didn't know that was possible. That's really cool. And, I've learned a lot. So definitely shout out to the players. Thank you for playing this week. And, hopefully we will catch some of you guys in the War Chief Club in the near future.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. So also, if you haven't been already, go to our Discord so you can get all the notifications for our future events. We will host some bigger LAN events in the future as well. There's not really anything set in stone yet, but that definitely is on the cards as well. And we'll also have some fun special events going. For example, we had team games, we had random tournaments as well. The next thing that we have planned will be, I'm just checking my notes, a one-trick tournament. Most likely at the beginning of May, so we'll announce that shortly as well. Um, and then, yeah, just some extra events to spice it up a little bit. So if you don't want to miss out, join our Discord and you'll get all the good information and the good notifications about that. And with that, I would say we can head over and raid someone. Do you have anything in mind? Anyone who's
So I see
online?
Big Cousin out there. He's like a high conqueror. He bounces between C2 and C3 most of the time. That we could raid. There's
Hmm?
also Ruinous Drow that I see him on. Both are definitely good options. I don't know if you see anyone else out there.
Yeah, I mean, I see Lash, but he's probably casting in German, so that might not be interesting for most of us. Although we do have a couple of German ones here. So Schnippe is German, Aixx is German, I'm German, obviously. Um, Alexis is
So raid
German.
Lash then.
Well,
If we got a lot of German people, raid your fellow countrymen.
yeah.
Um, I gotta say, the German population, they're tough in this game. I play against a lot of them. I play, morning my time, and
Mm.
so I play a lot of European players and German players. Aixx, looking forward to the next Relic River game against you. And yeah, just go raid Lash because
Yeah.
he's probably one of the best German players. Him or Crackety. Crackety is kind of. I think
Ooh. I
it's tough.
It is tough. I think that Crackety is better, but that might not be by a long shot anyway. And apparently he's casting in English right now anyway. So we're heading over to him. Um, Again, thanks for being here, Liquid. To all the viewers, thanks for being here. And we'll see you next week.
Right. Later, guys.
Yep. Breaking it. Ending.
All right, cool.
Bye.